All right, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call the City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas. Present. Vice Mayor Allen. Present. Councilmember Duggan. Here. Councilman Supernath.
Here.
Councilwoman Kerr. Here. Councilwoman Sorrow. Present. Councilmember Uranga.
Present.
Councilman Austin.
Here.
Councilmember Rixote. Here. Mayor Richardson.
I am here. I see that we have a quorum. I was just waiting you to announce it. Okay, so we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and the moment of silence led by Vice Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's take a moment of silence to reflect on all the victims of the horrific earthquakes that happened in Turkey and Syria. I think this morning I saw we were up to 6,000 lost souls. So let's close our eyes and reflect. All right, stand up if you're able to, and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have one presentation. And then we're going to have our updates on homelessness before we go through the full agenda. So I'll pass it over to Councilwoman Sorrow for the 2023 Peacemaker Awards.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson. I want to thank you all for coming out today to support our 2023 Peacemaker Awardees this evening. The Peacemaker Award is a tradition of District 6 office that former Vice Mayor DeAndrews had done, and that I'd like to continue on, that recognizes and celebrates community leaders in our city that spreads the message of peace and unity from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I'm very honored to present the awards to our 4 honorees tonight, and that is Mr. Duke Gibbons, Ms. Deborah Kuhukeli, David McGill Soriano, and Venerable Siang Hor Ling. All of our honorees are unsung heroes in our community who have dedicated their lives to serving our community and spreading the Dr. King's message of unity, peace, harmony, and equity. So, City Clerk, if you can present the PowerPoint presentation to the next slide, please. The first honoree is Duke Gibbons, who is selected for his work in helping our unhoused neighbors and veteran community. Duke is a Long Beach and District 6 native who has dedicated his life to helping the unhoused and veteran community, and he's a veteran himself who served in the U.S. Air Force. He's founded the nonprofit Care Closet that helped provide resources to our unhoused neighbors, and I also want to thank Duke and his team for Care Closet for keeping our Pacific Avenue corridor clean and safe. Our next awardee is Ms. Deborah Kuhukeli, and for her leadership and advocacy in the LGBTQ Asian community, Asian American community, and she fights for civil rights and the empowerment of Asian Americans to create a more just society for all, and she leads her own nonprofit, Taka Kaylee Foundation, which assists at local events as well as benefit the LGBTQ community. And our next awardee is David McGill Soriano. He's probably a familiar face because of his service and leadership at helping at-risk youth in the Washington neighborhood. Unfortunately, David couldn't be here to accept the award, but his mother is here on his behalf, and he's helped empowered over 100 gang-impacted youth and raised over $300,000 for youth development in his community. He credits his mom, Celia McGill Soriano, an immigrant from Jerez, Zacatecas, Mexico, for teaching him how to advocate and be an agency for change. And last but not least, our fourth awardee is Venerable Siang Hor Ling, who was selected for his work and service for promoting peace, harmony, and uplifting our society through his teachings and leadership, and is a respected leader amongst the Buddhist community who actively promote peace, harmony, and engagement in our community. So please give them all a round of applause. I'd like to bring each of the awardees up forward to present the award, and also have our mayor join as well as all our council members join with us and take a picture. But actually, before we start, I want to make sure, I'm so sorry. I wanted to present the award, but I want to make sure we give our awardee a chance to speak. Yes, Mr. Duke Givens.
Finally took some time to put some words together to this theme. I'd first like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this amazing honor. Councilman Austin asked me...
Just a moment. Do we have the
mic on?
Okay, go for it.
Councilman Austin asked me a few years back to come with him to a homeless encampment. This would be life-changing because a childhood friend called my name in this encampment. After speaking with him, my heart was so moved that I could not sleep. After that, I would then have a reoccurring dream about going to this very place. We have served this thing called Care Closet now for a few years. Just as Dr. Martin Luther King's dream, it's now in all of us. All of you here before us have that same dream. It is a unique dream. We are the trailblazers, and I'd like to thank Long Beach, California for giving Brother Duke his roses while he's alive. My children and my wife are here to witness this moment, and it is an amazing moment. I'm humbled. To be a peacemaker is not easy, but it's truly worth it. I also accept this award on behalf of my brothers and sisters that have picked up all of this trash, but it's not trash, it's what we do for Long Beach, it's the care. And we have changed the dynamic in all of that with my Care Closet superheroes that are with me tonight. So I accept this honor on their behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Deborah?
Hi. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I'm honored to be here with you and these honorees. Growing up a military child, I'm very proud of our country, and service has always been a part of me that I do naturally. Being an LGBTQ plus Asian American woman, I found that Long Beach has provided me this opportunity to do what I love doing best, is helping our communities. Thank you, Councilwoman Dr. Sue Lizarro, for this wonderful recognition. I am very humbled. It's not an easy path, but with God's help, my wife and friends, in our community, I am able to do what I love doing best from my heart. You know, being able to serve, being able to grow this community and help people. It truly, I have a job, but this truly is where my soul is. So the real recognition is in what we all do. So I want to accept this on behalf of all of those who go over and beyond daily in their lives and are not recognized for peace, harmony, and unity too. So I have a lot of support. There's a lot of people that need to be recognized, but again, I accept this on behalf of everyone. Thank you.
My name is Celia McGill. I have 32 years living in the neighborhood, Washington Neighborhood Association. Washington Neighborhood. And I am proud of my son, and he's happy to live in that area. And thank you for the award to my son. I wish he could be here today, but he was run over by a car Saturday right in front of our home of Pacific, and he's still in the hospital receiving surgery. We won't let this tragic event stop our motivation, and he hopes this award can show other young people that they have the power to make a neighborhood better, and they don't have to wait for anyone to make them change they believe should be made. Young people, you are the future. You can change your world for better still the life. Thank you.
Thank you. Please know that David is in our hearts and in our thoughts. our venerable Siang Harling.
I pay my respect to every monk here. Good evening, Honorable Major Richardson, Vice Major Allen, and member of the City Council. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so honored to stand here and make a remark. Firstly, I profoundly thank Councilwoman Dr. Shirley Saro for selecting me as a 2023 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Peacemaker Awards. As a reason, I am so proud of our city, Long Beach. We have every diversity with so many people from different culture and faith. As a Buddhist monk, I uphold Buddhist philosophy, which I promoting human rights, peace, tolerance, and harmony. This award is not just for me, but also for Buddhist monks and temples citywide to practice the right, deed, and greater good contribute to making Long Beach a better city to live in. Thank you again. We wish you a great success in all your endeavors.
ขอบคุณลูกตา
Thank you.
สาธุสาธุสาธุ Yes, the councilmember say something.
So as we come down, I just want to offer congratulations on behalf of all of us on the City Council to these incredible 4 honorees. We know you. We've seen you in action, and you are certainly deserving of this award. And to David, who's not here, we all know you, and we love you too, David, and we're going to be looking out for you. We hope you feel better soon. Thanks a lot. If the council could join us, we're going to take a photo. All right, members, please come on back behind the dais and to our community. We got to get back to the council meeting. Madam Clerk, we're going to go to the update on the homeless emergency next. So let's set up, if we could read item 29, please.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to continue the local emergency caused by conditions or threatened conditions of homelessness within the City of Long Beach and receive and file an update on the emergency citywide.
Thank you. Ms. City Manager, just give it a moment before you start. All right, for those exiting the room, we're going to go ahead and proceed with the meeting. So this is our update. We have an update every 2 weeks on the declaration of emergency, and each time is an opportunity for us to get a checkup and update from our city management on how the progress is going. So that said, Mr. Modica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've been very busy in the past 2 weeks. We're going to follow the same format as last time, where we tell you what we've done over the past 2 weeks, answer any of the outstanding questions from the last meeting, and then tell you some of the plans for the next 2 weeks. So I will turn it over to our team to walk us through it.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We're proud to be able to update you on our work in our second update. So, again, our mission statement, really the key piece here is to reduce the number of persons experiencing homelessness in the city and in the region by increasing housing opportunities and enhancing current initiatives to provide field-based outreach, engagement, and supportive services while maintaining the safety and security of the people experiencing homelessness, the general public, and staff, and improving overall public safety for the entire community. We like to ground this at the beginning of each of our meetings to know that we are here for. I'll go through our existing efforts, and then Eric will talk about our upcoming efforts. So first of all, we announced the location of our second winter shelter for Silverado Park. It will double the capacity of our temporary beds. We currently have 81 emergency beds at Community Hospital, and we'll be adding an additional 84 in this case. We'll be providing housing-focused case management, screening for housing programs, referrals to the year-round shelter programs, 3 meals per day, on-site showers, and restroom facilities. I think it's key to understand that when we talk about what housing first looks like is that we are bringing people in no matter where they are and what's going on for them so that we can support them to our very best. I think many of you may have heard that we had a suspected overdose death at the community hospital last night, and so we are working hard to identify what happened there. And so we are paying a lot of attention and working very closely with LASA, as LASA is the primary contract with First to Serve, and to understand. LASA does provide Narcan on site, so we want to make sure that people understand that Narcan is provided at community hospital and that people are trained, at least one person per shift is trained to utilize Narcan. In this case, we're still doing some investigations, and we'll be looking for the coroner report to determine whether it was actually an overdose or if it was something else. We just wanted you all to know that when people come in, they're coming in all different ways, and that is what that happens in winter shelter programs as well as our other. And so I've seen a bit of comment in media and others about why do we allow people in when they're engaged, when they may be utilizing drugs or others. And our job is to make sure that we do everything we can to keep people safe, and in some cases we do have overdoses, and so we are working to make sure that this doesn't happen again. We're also moving forward, and we are instituting an RV dump station location It'll be open to people who have received a referral from the multi-service center or some sort of registration. It won't be open to the public. It would be located at St. Louis Avenue and 32nd Street and will be open during the day from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We'll have 2 to 3 dump stations and allow people living in their RVs to properly dispose of their sewage as well as access water filling stations. We'll have on-site staffing, so we'll have an attendant there to be able to help support with the services and a security guard. We anticipate that the construction will take about 2 to 3 weeks to complete, and we'll get that open. We also launched our mobile access vehicle. So this is really a mobile MSC on wheels, and so we do have an outreach staff, a public health nurse that's doing intake, case management services, and direct services directly from the vehicle. It's operating downtown in 3 different locations. So the corner of East 6th and Long Beach Boulevard, the Promenade and Billie Jean King main library. And we also launched our Field Command Center, which is essentially the space where we are doing the centralized and coordinated efforts in focusing on our efforts in the downtown right now. We launched business support, so our visual improvement program. So these are grants of $100,000 available to business improvement districts in a grant program. These will be awards to support sidewalk activation, special events, and clean and safe initiatives. 9 bids will receive the funding. We also have just launched the visual improvement program. So that is there's $350,000 available in grants in that program. It'll be available to local businesses impacted by crime and vandalism on or after October 1st of 2022. The grants will be up to $1,500 and can be used for storefront repairs, boarding costs, insurance deductibles, etc. And the applications will open on February 22nd. We have also were awarded $6.1 million in loans to 2 firms. Sorry, we were not awarded. We awarded $6.1 million in loans to 2 firms for purchase and development of affordable rental housing to serve those who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. So this will create 192 new units. 75% of those will be reserved for residents who are experiencing homelessness. The projects will be breaking ground summer of next year. And we've continued our educational efforts. So we live stream updates from the mayor today. I had the opportunity to participate in that live stream. Bo Martinez, our economic development director, and then last week Christopher Coons, and then prior to that Allison King, were all had opportunities to provide the education. And then we've been penning a homeless column. So the 8th homeless column came out in the Press Telegram that also follows up in the Gazette. We did hold our point-in-time count on January 26th. More than 300 volunteers out, interviewing people and counting folks who didn't want to be interviewed to really understand the scope of homelessness and to really help us continue to identify our resources and really define our existing resources and to be able to identify gaps. There are some pictures there, and you can see that there was a big turnout at the Grand for that event. Also, under our educational events, we updated the city's Everyone Home website. So every time there is new information, we provide that on that website. The information is available at longbeach.gov/homelessness. So each time that for instance, that the MAC is going to be located in a different area, we update what those sites are. As we're looking at who to call for what, we're updating the site with that. So lots of different opportunities there. And then we did also at the pit count, Senator Gonzalez came and we celebrated the $4 million award in state funds to upgrade the city's multi-service center, so we're very excited about those resources. We have submitted, and you all will be discussing tonight, an $11.91 million budget to support the response for City Council and then City Council consideration, and then we finalized 8 letters to our county, metro, and other local partners requesting support to address the regional challenge of homelessness. And then we also, the City Council approved on February 1st the Natural Gas Emergency Price Spike Rebate Program. This program is being developed utilizing an equity lens to make sure we're reaching those most in need and to be able to reach as many people as possible. And we are focusing on providing financial relief to Long Beach residential customers, particularly those who are low income, have a disability, or are seniors on a fixed income. And then on February 1st, the mayor and I and our city attorney toured the winter shelter located at Community Hospital. So with that, we'll move to questions from the previous meeting. So the first question was, how does the community know who to call related to homelessness and services? Well, we shared that today in the live stream. It will be on the website. But essentially, what it looks like is if you are calling to provide support for somebody or you are homeless and you need support, you call 562-570-4500. If there is an emergency, you call 911. You provide that information. So anything, whether it's a medical emergency or what seems like a mental health emergency, you call there, and then they'll determine who will go out. That might be a reach team. It might be, the fire department or police department. It depends on what the issues are. And then if you are calling to report you need additional outreach or looking for the reach team that's non-emergency or to be able to report an encampment in hotspots, you would also call 562-570-4MSC. That's 562-570. It's 4MSC is 4672. So that's sort of how it breaks up. So emergencies 911. Any other looking for a response for outreach and others is that 562-570-4MSC number. Eric, do you want to respond to the dump stations?
Yes. So as I was mentioned earlier, as we work to bring our first RV sewer dump stations and water filling stations online, we will be requiring that the folks using the systems get referred or get connected through the MSC. So it won't be just open to the public. It would be managed so that we can better operate that dump station. So that's. We just wanted to clarify how that was going to work.
And then the city's dashboard, can we provide additional information on permanent housing? We can do that, so we will look to be able to provide that. Maybe not in the first draft. We are looking to launch the first draft in the next couple of weeks, but we'll be adding additional data to that, and we'd be able to look at it in that space. And then we just shared about reducing the impact of the gas rate increases through the assistance program that you all discussed last week. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric, and he'll be talking about our focus areas in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Kelly. Mayor and City Council, we've just outlined a lot of great work that's happening, that's in progress, but there's a lot more coming. So I'm going to spend a few slides going through some of those actions, and we can get into those discussion items as you see fit. The first task that we're prioritizing is completing the actual setup of the second winter shelter. The announcement has been made. We know the location. We have our partner, and now we got to set up the site inside and outside and get it all ready to be open and operational in under 3 weeks now. We're also looking at expanding locations across Long Beach where people can donate items for people experiencing homelessness and develop a site where nonprofit organizations can request the donated items. So that is actively being worked on as well. We are designing our notification system for people experiencing homelessness so that they are aware of when service opportunities are available. And then we're also beginning the formation of two groups, the key stakeholder outreach plan and then the clergy work group. So those are in progress now. Next slide. So one of the next announcements we're also looking forward to making is the location of a safe parking site for vehicles that will create a safe parking location to help us reduce the impact on neighborhoods from people experiencing homelessness that are living in their vehicles. We're planning for the next locations and focus areas for our mobile access center and coordinated efforts. That's all planning that's happening between our teams to be able to communicate the additional focus areas. We continue to evaluate properties, both public and private citywide, that can be used or acquired to help us address the emergency as well. And staffing it's a big challenge, and we are prioritizing staffing up our Homeless Services Bureau to make sure that we're able to meet the needs that that are out there. We're also working to implement the City Council approved natural gas emergency price hike rebate program. We talked about that earlier, and then we'll focus on implementation. The team's also working on finalizing the letters to our state and federal partners outlining our request for support to help address this emergency. And we're actively working to set up meetings with our regional partners, including LA County, LA Metro, and others to discuss opportunities to help address this issue. We're engaging with the county on their plans for Measure H funding to expand resources for Long Beach to prevent homelessness and provide services as well. We're looking at the launch of the initial data dashboard. We're excited to get that off, and we're making really good progress. We're also looking to further develop the emergency response efforts through the 9 identified work groups that we've previously shared. So there's a lot of work ahead of us. We have a good plan, we have a good staff, and we're excited to be working on this urgent issue, and we look forward to answering any questions.
All right, thank you for that update. We'll start with Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you for the update. Clearly supportive of this item.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kerr.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate the update. And I know that there's a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes in terms of building infrastructure and capacity in the long term or a couple months out. So I appreciate that work and support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
Hi, thank you. I just want to thank staff for just the continued focus on this. I know it is a continual lift, and I just want to uplift the work that is being done that is of excellent quality. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to highlight the launch for the grant awards for the business improvement districts, the visual improvement grants. Those have been fantastic. I'm really glad that we're introducing a mechanism really to support our local businesses and commercial property owners. Additionally, I had a couple of things I wanted to just ask. So for the work that we're going to be doing for the next 2 weeks, it talks about we're going to be engaging with our County of LA on their plans for Measure H funding. And so I just wanted to know from staff's perspective, what type of resources are we kind of prioritizing? Is this going to be conversations around mental health, workforce development? I just wanted to, if you could share that with the council.
Sorry, council member. So Measure H has had a number of very specific focus areas that it's had for quite some time, and they've shifted it up a bit. So we are looking at the ability to, support things such as like the sobering centers, and to be able to look at different housing models, and can we use Measure H funding to help support further, like LAFSA, the winter shelter beds. There are a lot of different opportunities that Measure H provides, and really what we are seeking to do is when we look at the percentage of dollars, for Measure H compared to the percentage of people experiencing homelessness in LA County, we're really trying to push on that so that we're getting a proportional share of the Measure H dollars going forward to help support a lot of the different work that we're doing.
Wonderful. And then I know in here it says we're going to begin the formation of key stakeholder outreach plans. So are these the work groups, or are these stakeholder groups separate from the working groups that we talked about before?
So the working group, there is a community engagement working group that is designing stakeholder outreach to be able to engage across the city with different stakeholders, as well as faith-based organizations. So it's taking all of that and building out sort of outreach plans and engagement to be able to move forward with them as partners in the service.
Wonderful. And then just last question is, when we talk about staffing up the Homelessness Services Bureau to address case management and public service needs, can you just kind of define what you all mean by staffing up? Are there particular positions of need, right?
Yeah. So right now it's pretty difficult to find public health nurses. To have a full REACH team and to have a full MAC team, you need to have public health nurses. So we are working to make sure that we have the full staffing behind those. We thankfully have just hired one person on in terms of the REACH team. We have someone who has been reassigned to support that, and then we're continuing to want to move more quickly around that, as well as case management, outreach, and some of those other services. But I think there are certain positions that are difficult to fill right now, and we want to be able to move forward and get them on. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Massaro.
So I also want to add my thanks for the update and all the great work that's been done. I just had a question about the safe parking. When my team and I were on the homeless count, we encountered a family in a SUV, 4 children who should be in school with 2 parents who are undocumented. I was just wondering if we have the setup. Will there be a way? I don't want to have us scare people from not using the space. So how can we assure it's a safe place where their children wouldn't be taken away from them because they're living in a car, as well as that they're undocumented? The other 2 is, will there be a way that somebody could check in to see if they need services as well?
So the safe parking program does come with outreach workers and connection to service. So that's the starting point, right? So when people to be able to be in safe parking, you have to register through the MSC, and we want people to be engaging in services throughout the process. When we find families that are homeless, we work very hard to engage them into the county's family service system. It is the county that runs the family service system, and we work very hard to do that. If they are willing, we'll work to either get them a motel voucher or into a space, where they can be together as a family and then work from there. If not, then we'll continue to outreach with them and then work to engage them further into the family system.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just have a few things to highlight and just a couple questions. Just a reminder to the public, we moved the homeless items to the beginning, and we're going to continue to do that at the beginning of every meeting while we are in the emergency proclamation period. And so I did get questions about how did we move this forward. This is going to be our process moving forward. The second thing I would say is I think communication, I've seen elevated communications. There's been numerous press releases. We want to thank our local media outlets for following the different resources and information that's being put out, and we're doing updates every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. Thank you, Kelly, for providing the update today. Next week we'll have an update from our police chief. So there's been a number of some elevated property crimes. We can't say that they've been associated with the homeless proclamation of the emergency, but we can say that while we're out doing this emergency, we are paying attention to those issues as well. So the chief is going to talk about some of those strategies, and we're going to talk about some resources that have come out since the beginning of the pandemic, particularly the VIP grants, which can help with the deductibles, as well as other strategies that are being deployed in engagement with sort of a business corridors. So we'll continue to have those weekly updates. The next thing, I just want to highlight and talk a little bit, just a moment, for the incident that took place at the winter shelter. Now, we know that we're facing a crisis of homelessness, but also a crisis with respect to substance use in our communities. And, mayors and cities across the state are talking about this, and it may manifest differently. We've had winter shelters every year. We've had, issues, and we know that in encampments, drug use takes place, and we know that when we want to get people off the street, we want to have low barriers so that people do come off the streets. And sometimes activity that would have happened in an encampment, like an overdose, it happens in a place like this, unfortunately. So it wasn't our first, and you can please clarify, this wasn't our first overdose in a winter shelter. But they prepare, because you have things like Narcan available and professional staff available, you are able to respond much faster than if something were to happen in an encampment. Sometimes the police are not called, or the firefighters are not called when something happens in an encampment. But can you clarify this wasn't the first overdose, that these things have happened in winter shelters?
This is not our first overdose. It is our first overdose death. Suspected overdose death.
So the reality is we have a crisis in our communities with respect to substance use, and there's no way forward until we really talk about building capacity to deal with substance use as well as homelessness. We have to build housing, but we have to address these issues as well. So I think we have to just level with our public about the situation that's taking place in our communities. I want to thank staff for their work in identifying RV dumping sites. I can tell you, as a former council member, it's a problem when RVs, communities many times the issue isn't an RV on the street per se, it's when there isn't somewhere to dump. And it's the health issues that associated with that. And so if there are folks, unfortunately, living in an RV, that is an amenity that we've needed. And so thank you so much, and thanks to our utility department for making that happen. I look forward to the updates on safe parking. I know the colleges have made progress there. I know we're making progress there, so I look forward to those updates. And I just want to finally note that, like, the progress that we're seeing, I want to congratulate staff on working so hard. We're seeing an impact, and we're seeing a real impact in downtown. I'm hearing it. I'm checking in with business owners. I'm going to be back out Thursday doing the very same. We're seeing an impact, but we do need to make sure that we're, being transparent about how we're going to roll out and place more focus on other high priority areas of town at the end of February when we finish this area. So I think in the next few weeks, if we can, work with the council members to understand sort of how we're deploying resources, that will be helpful. So those are the questions and the updates that I had. I want to thank you again. We have one member of the public signed up for public comment. We'll take that now. Christopher Covington.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Honored to be here speaking on this agenda item. My name is Christopher Covington. I'm a resident of the 6th District, and I'm speaking today as a resident. I've been reviewing a lot of the homeless emergency strategies that are coming through and speaking to many residents, and there is a concern that the money that we're getting from state, city, some federal dollars, and also money that is being raised through donations could potentially pad the pockets of our developers in the city. We do have an issue with the amount of space to rent or to own in the city. That is true. However, in our current emergency, those who are most affected are our homelessness individuals who are out on the street or living in their cars. So I'm coming to you all as city council members, as a resident who's deeply passionate about this issue, to ask that you do a phase-in approach, starting with our unhoused individuals out in our community, getting them into safe housings, whether that be hotels or utilizing different facilities, as you're doing with the winter shelters, so that they can get the needs that they're done first, and then start implementing after a period of time, giving multi-million-dollar grants to developers who are looking into building out facilities in the future. Based off of my experience and what I'm seeing in my community, rents from these facilities are not affordable for everyday people, especially with families who have 2 to 3 folks that are earning into their homes. Asking for $1,500, asking for $2,000 for a bedroom is not affordable for many families who are working every single day to make rent. And so what I'm asking is to look into a phased approach to help those who have immediate needs first, and then look into later the process of giving money to the developers. Because what I don't want to see in our city's history is you all having the stain of padding developers' pockets versus meeting the needs of our most needs in the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that satisfies public comment. And thanks, Christopher. I will say that all of our efforts have been focused on street level homelessness, but there's a lot of capacity we have to build in other areas, from substance use and recovery, recuperative care facilities, step-down facilities when people come out of hospitals. There's a lot of things we have to do to build capacity to be able to manage this long-term into the future. 6 months, 9 months of an emergency is not going to end the need to continue to help people and build capacity. So we're always going to look long-term. But what I can tell you is this emergency here is about street-level homelessness. That's what our priority is, and that's where our focus will remain. Thanks, everyone. Members, please cast your vote on the recommendation.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 29, please.
That was item 29.
Oh, item 20, please.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to adopt specifications and award a contract to Home EC, Inc. for a total amount not to exceed $2.5 million for a period of 2 years. District 7.
All right. Is there a staff report here?
We can give a brief one. This is amazing. This is work that this council had helped direct to really focus on tiny homes. We went out and got a grant. We are now prepared to manufacture, deliver, design, and install 30 to 35 modular non-congregate shelter units at our multi-service center. So the staff is available if you have any further questions, but this is in line with what the council has been asking us to do, is provide those interim housing opportunities.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. I see four members of the public signed up to speak. We have Stephen Smith, Lee Charlie, Alexandria Emanuel, and Frank Lee Sanford. Stephen? Okay, I don't see Stephen. Lee Charlie? Maybe you can come out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I think this is a wonderful agenda item for tiny homes, but I want to talk about another aspect that when you classify these as tiny homes, they're actually tiny sheds. And so I did some legal research this morning at the law firm, and I know tiny sheds are really awesome, and it's a great place to transition, but some things that I want our city council to look into to protect our city from class action lawsuits that will happen. And let's learn from other cities like San Antonio, Seattle, Washington, Portland, West LAVA, and the city of Oakland. I've gone 5 times to the West LAVA tiny homes. There's 130. The issue is when it gets over 100 degrees, the heat, and some of them caught on fire. Another reason why is an unhoused veteran plugged in their phone and it caused a fire. Also, the facilities, they have when you paint walls, they have a bucket. They urinate and use feces in these buckets and dump it out because there's no use of facilities to whatever you want to call it, defecate or urinate. So these tiny sheds or tiny homes really need to either have porta potties and private for the females and males. We really need to take account to all these things. Next thing is if you look at the class action in San Antonio, they call them tiny homes, but they're not tiny homes because they don't have running water. There's no facilities. And what that then caused is the landlords are saying, hey, I can rent out my garage that doesn't have running water. And since the city of San Antonio is renting, then we can follow suit. So you have to be cognizant, I think, on the legal aspects of a tiny shed and tiny home, and maybe protect us and protect the city from potential class action lawsuits that will happen. As if you heard last night, imagine 15 people overdose on drugs. They're going to look at the city. What are you doing? Why are you not protecting these people and humans? And then there's a class action. And so I want to learn from all these other cities, and I can give you the lawsuits and all of them that are in litigation currently. And so no sprinkler system, no panic buttons, no insulation from heat or cold. And they did a study at the West LAVA. When it's 100 degrees outside, it's 140 inside. Your organs start cooking. And so you have to run that electric 24/7 inside these tiny sheds or homes. So we need to I know they might be unhoused, but they're human beings, and they deserve dignity and respect. And if as a city council member, I encourage you, I'll take y'all to the West LAVA to look. It's great. It's better than probably a tent. But we need to remember these are human beings, and it's a class action that will happen in the city of Long Beach if we don't indemnify ourselves and learn from all these other cities that rushed into building these tiny homes without legally protecting ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Alexandria, and then Frank Lee.
Good afternoon, and I'm very blessed to be in front of you as I'm representing the District 1. My name is Alexandria Emanuel. I'm a mother as well as an advocate for the homeless. I actually feed about 3 homeless cars in Cesar Chavez Park. I am a single mom, so I make a big pot of food and I make sure they're all taken care of. I go daily, I go night, and I go in the morning to make sure they're okay. It breaks my heart that these people are living in their cars. And it also hurts knowing that first of all, I want to benefit you guys for the work you have done. Because in the past 2 weeks, I've seen mobiles, I've seen caseworkers out there. I see you guys on, 6th Street and Long Beach Boulevard going out there and doing what's necessary. So the media, let the media and the people say all they want. Born and raised Long Beach, I see what you're doing. But at the same time, these sheds do not concur to any development. We need to have developed homes that are affordable, that all people can reach from. Say, if I'm homeless, how am I possibly going to be working 3 or 4 jobs to get to a point of $1,500 homes or $2,000 homes? It's unrealistic. We need to have more case managers to be propped into the city or on the streets in order to make that happen. Casework starts. Trauma, it started in the families, and it goes into substance abuse, it goes into alcoholism. It really just starts with mental health. And when you guys moved mental health from downtown all the way to Long Beach Boulevard and Market Street, it did not do anything for the city. None of that benefited anybody. So even if we are going to put in a tent or a little shed or whatever you call it, do justification for the city. Let's build some homes that are going to develop. Let's put these people that are unhoused, let's put them to work in the city. Let them be the caseworker. Let the people that really want to benefit the city use them. Use them so we could be able to have more people so we could benefit all of us, because at the end of the day, we are all one. And Long Beach deserves more than what I've seen. I appreciate everything you have done, but these sheds are not going to concur to any unhoused person. We need development, we need casework, and we need jobs that are going to help other homeless people off the streets. And this is coming from a single mom that works 4 jobs. I work at C's, I work at the school district, and I work at another restaurant. No single mom should be feeding the unhoused people in Long Beach. We should be having Long Beach feeding each other. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Frank Lee Sanford.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor Richardson, council members and staff. Thank you very much for your service. Excuse me. And congratulations on your election. My name is Frank Sanford. I'm from California Backyard Homes, and my phone number is 213-591-5000. This is not a good deal for the citizens and the people of Long Beach. We make these very cute, thank you. We make these very cute homes that are actual homes, not sheds. Thank you. They're 70% bigger than the proposal. They have a full bathroom. They have a kitchenette. They're insulated. They have heat, and they have air conditioning. They're fire resistant. They have sprinklers. All these things that these sheds don't have. They're something cute, something you can be proud of. I showed it to the security on the way in, and they were all like, I'd live there. That looks great. I'd live there. How do we know we can do this? Because we've done it before. In El Centro, last year, we built this tiny village out of 26 of our homes for 52 homelessly challenged students at Imperial Valley College. It won an award from the Southern California Association of Governments for Sustainability and Innovation. These are real homes, something people can be proud of. And also, here's the big one. We can get it done in May or June. This proposal says we hope to get it done by the end of the year. I mean, really, if you were homeless, do you want it done? Do you want to be housed in May or June, or maybe at the end of the year, which means next year? So I please, I beg of you to table this motion until the council meeting on the 14th of March, which is about a month away, to give us time to make you a proper proposal. I apologize, we only found out about this a few days ago. We'd like to make a proper proposal, save the council money, and put people into nice homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, members, before you cast your vote, just want to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm here.
Congratulations on your award. I was very
active
in SCAG, so thank you. I just want to quickly, Mr. Modica, are we just installing sheds?
No, we can definitely talk about some of the they have plumbing, they have water, they have toilets, they have showers, they have fire suppression systems. So I'll turn to Eric and Kelly to talk through some of the details.
So good evening, council members, and so we did go out for an RFP process. This RFP was let, so any vendors could have applied at that time. So we did go through a full procurement process for these sites. Connect Homes was awarded the site. They are units that have fire suppression systems. They have their own restrooms. They have their own showers, and they look more like a house and last for 50 years. So they're not sheds. They are tiny homes. And through that process, we as in the location there, we'll be offering 3 meals a day. It is interim housing. This is not permanent housing. It is interim housing as we are working to provide permanent housing for people who are living there. So that is the location. I'll turn it over to Paul to see if there's anything else to add.
Yeah, and just to speak to kind of the RFP and some of the requirements for the state, it was required to receive funding, that we have our own restrooms. We did look and saw that it was very important with the fire safety, so having good quality fire-rated products, having the fire suppression system. We have seen fires in other locations, so that's of utmost importance. The lifespan on these is going to be 50 years, so they can be moved to another location in the case that we were looking at that. And the manufacturer of these has a wide range. They do high-end luxury prefabricated homes, and this is their effort to try to address the need of people experiencing homelessness. They do build units that could have a kitchenette in the future if we're looking at these for permanent housing, but as interim housing, we wanted to maximize our space while giving dignity and providing safety.
Thank you for that clarity. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
I think a couple council members had something to say. I didn't see it. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. We'll go to item 21, please.
Report from Health and Human Services and Economic Development. Recommendation to adopt specifications and award a contract to First and Serve to provide site operations and interim housing services in an annual amount not to exceed $2.2 million for a period of 1 year. Increase appropriations in the Health Fund Group and the Department of Health and Human Services by $24.9 million. Increase appropriations in the General Fund Group and the Department of Economic Development by $16.1 million, and increase appropriations in the General Fund Group and the Department of Economic Development by $367,195. District 8.
This is more good news, so we'll have another brief staff report here.
Good evening, council members and Honorable Mayor. So this is the contract with First to Serve to be the operator for the luxury inn site. So we have moved forward. We like to, as we're getting ready to prepare the site, we like to work closely with the operator. So this will provide those services. Right now, it is scheduled that they would receive about $2.2 million for a period of a year, with the option to renew for an additional 36 months as that site. The remaining pieces of this item are really sort of cleanup items for the purchase of the site. But this is really primarily the focus is to bring in luxury in as the provider.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and appreciate the report and to see this item before us. This is a big investment in our crisis for homelessness in our city. I think, obviously, happy to be able to vote on this evening, but I did want to know a little bit about the operator here and how we went about selecting the operator. Can you tell us a little bit more about them?
Yes, so the operator that goes through an RFP as well, and so we put on the sort of sharing what it is we were looking for, and we went through the RFP process, and First to Serve came as the most qualified provider for the site.
And I understand they already operate some of our sites throughout the city?
They do. They operate our ABC sites, the Atlantic Bridge Farms. They are currently the operator at Community Hospital, and we anticipate that they'll be the operator for the Silverado site as well. So they've been a core partner to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kerr.
Yeah, I just support the item. Happy to move this forward again. More beds for folks to be housed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one member of the public signed up for public comment, Stephen Smith. Okay, I don't see Stephen. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We now have our consent calendar, items 1 through 10, plus fund transfer 14 through 16. With the exception, we're going to pull off item 1 for separate consideration. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on consent? Seeing none, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Item 11, please.
Report from Police Department. Recommendation to receive and file the application of United Drive and Wine Market for an original application of an ABC license. Determine that the application serves the public convenience and necessity. Submit a public notice of protest to ABC and direct city manager to withdraw the protest if a conditional use permit exemption is granted. District 9.
Thank you. Councilwoman Odie?
Do we
Were you
have
looking
any...
for a staff report here?
No.
Okay. Go for
I
it.
was just going to say, do we have any public comment? I'm going to take public comment first. If
Is there public comment? I don't see any. There's no public comment on item 11.
Okay. The reason I pulled this is because we have a long-standing issue in District 9, but I think I'd also like to say for North Long Beach around the large proliferation of establishments to buy liquor, particularly liquor stores. And I know from the perspective of my community members, we are not in support of additional liquor licenses available. And so, therefore, I am actually going to make a motion to approve this item, but I would like to revise the recommended action to direct staff to submit a protest to ABC and to not withdraw the protest, to inform ABC that the area suffers from high crime, nuisance activity, and there are residents within 100 feet. And I feel like this motion reflects the needs of my community.
Fantastic. Councilman Austin?
I support the motion.
Great. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right. Making good progress. Now we're going to handle our hearing. We have first hearing number 12. We're going to recognize Councilmember Rix Odie for her recusal.
I have to recuse because I was on Planning Commission when this item came before it.
All right, let's read item 12. Item 12, please.
Report from Development Services. Recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record to conclude the public hearing and consider 2 third-party appeals by Lori Angel and Kirk Davis and deny the appeals and approve a site plan review for the development at 5910 Cherry Avenue in the General Industrial Zoning District, District 9.
All right. I understand an oath is required. Let's administer the oath.
Just because this item has been requested to be continued, the city attorney is advising that.
So we need a motion and a second to continue the item. Is there a date certain or just continue it?
There is a date certain,
February
21st.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on continuing this item?
There are 2 public comment speakers for this item.
On continuing? The motion is to continue. Okay, please come forward.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, it is a pleasure being here and see all beautiful faces, and Councilor Uranga is glad to see you here again. By the way, I am in favor of the continuation, and I urge the Council to direct the City to use this time to establish the regulations to protect the health of the North Long Beach residents and the people that will be working on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Sisson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a CEQA attorney representing the appellants. We also support the continuance. I just want to really quickly thank city staff. You have no idea what a luxury it is to call the city clerk's office, get an answer. And I want to give a particular shout out to Amy Harbin from planning. Really went above and beyond trying to coordinate with the parties in really good communication, having being a city, working with as a municipal lawyer, talk to a lot of cities and a lot of different city staff. The city staff here really goes above and beyond. So thank you so much. We look forward to being back.
Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried 8-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Ricks Odie can return to the room. Hearing 13, please.
Report from Economic Development, recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, and adopt a resolution continuing the Belmont Shore Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessment Levy, District 3. There is an oath required for this hearing. Will the parties participating in this hearing please raise your right hand? Do you and each of you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now and pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. City Manager.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Lucius Martin. He's our Acting Business Development Officer. He'll make a presentation for this item.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, the Belmont Shore Parking and Business Improvement Area, BSPBIA, was established by the City Council in 1983, allowing for the levy of an annual business license assessment to be paid by businesses located in the BSPBIA. The City of Long Beach contracts with the Belmont Shore Business Association to manage the BSPBIA, and the BSBA Board of Directors serves as the advisory board to the City Council on matters related to the Belmont Shore Parking and Business Improvement Area. The BSB promotes and markets the commercial area along 2nd Street using funds generated through the BSB-BIA business license assessment. State law governing parking and business improvement areas requires that an annual report be submitted to the City Council by the Advisory Board. On September 23, 2022, the BSP-BIA Advisory Board voted to recommend to the City Council approval of the 2022-2023 annual report. Exhibit A is included in the resolution, which describes boundaries, proposed activities, and budgetary information, and the method and basis for the continuation of the assessment. The annual report proposes no change to the BSP-BIA boundaries or the method of levying the assessment. The Belmont Shore Business Association Advisory proposes a 25% assessment increase effective January 2023. This would be the first assessment increase in 10 years. General inflation and rising event permit fees are the main reasons for the proposed assessment increase. The Belmont Shore Business Association has notified its members about its proposed assessment increase through electronic mail communications, hand-delivered notices, and public meetings. State law requires that the City Council hear and consider all protests against the assessment, program, boundaries of the area, and or any benefit zone as proposed in the annual report. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Councilwoman, we have to do public comment first. Is there public comment on 13? Okay, we do have public comment. All right, so we have 2 members of the public. We'll start with Julie Dean. You can come on up too, Brian. You're the other one.
Thank you. Hello. Julie Dean. I know all y'all. So while these additional funds may be necessary because there's been no increase in 10 to 12 years, it's the allocation and who's going to benefit from it and whether or not there'll be engagement with fellow business owners in the community around us and whether or not that'll be done effectively. The group, the BSBA, the Belmont Shore Business Association, is represented by Kurt Schneider, who especially recently has chased people down who are trying to take photos and make videos of his business and how he has not followed the January 31st edict to remove his parklet or OAP. It's still up. It's not completely up, but he's pulled a few things out, and there's no roof to it anymore, but the fencing is all still there, and it's still a one-way street because of him. I find issue with this when he was one of the first businesses to fight the city about the pandemic rules, and he had a yoga class up on the rooftop and basically said, F you to the city. But despite that, he got a two-way street that turned into a one-way street for his parklet, and now he's not following the rules, which was to pull it down by January 31st. And like I said, he's chased people around who've tried to take photos to document this. He's made completely inappropriate and rude comments to an elderly couple who was taking photos. He said something like, he said, have a nice life as long as it might be, because they were elderly. I mean, he's a poor representative of our neighborhood, and I question whether or not he should be in charge of deciding where that money will go. I also kind of question the fact that the Parking Commission gets to decide what happens with that money without making any real attempt to talk to the other businesses and the residents. The Parking Commission recently started working on a new sign for Belmont Shore, and decided to just determine what it was going to be all on their own. They never came to the residents for any kind of questioning. We had to go to their meetings and say, we would like some input on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Brian Cochran.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm here and a little flustered, much like Julie was, because we're improvising in a moment of need and frustration. I was harassed by Mr. Schneider this afternoon while trying to document for you and for the Councilwoman Duggan the abuses of this owner and his business. He's been exceeding the deadline for removal of his outdoor park space. He's exceeded that, as Julie outlined before. He's exceeded deadlines and established boundaries for the city on a number of fronts. Today, he chased me with six of his employees outside the establishment, called me a pervert in public, followed me to my residence, and then talked about me to another business adjacent to my property. This is the kind of behavior that the Belmont Shore Business Association president is engaged in. He's a bully to his fellow business neighbors, to the community around him. Putting this money in his hands and an organization without oversight creates a deficit in control and responsible spending. We would support this organization as a whole. We want them to see progress and manage growth in the future. But with this kind of oversight and lack of engagement for their community and their fellow business owners, we know that he's harassed a number of business owners on 2nd Street who are not bars and restaurants. This money you see in the budget here would largely go to fund 20 or so big bars and restaurants exclusively. It does not peripherally benefit the community. It does not directly benefit the other businesses that are members of this organization. Ms. Duggan's received 2 videos from us in the past 3 days of Mr. Schneider's actions. This is a man who refers to residence groups as plug friends and supporters. This is putting the fox in charge of the hen house, and he should resign from the organization. Ms. Duggan will also receive an additional video from today documenting what happened. We'll also see further engagement, and I will share the photos with the rest of the council members. But please do not allow this fund to go through without some meaningful oversight and engagement with the community and the other fellow business members. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take it back behind the rail. Councilmember Duggan.
I have been receiving videos from both sides of this issue. There's some personal things going on, but it does relate to a leader of one of our business groups. These are long-standing business groups. They do good work for 2nd Street. They are not helping just 20 to 30 businesses, but they are providing organization, cleaning the streets. There's a management between BSBA and the Belmont Shore Parking Improvement Association. This is a levy, an assessment that I am going to support, but I will say that I think we have support from other members of both groups. It's not just Kurt who is managing these groups. So again, I'm in support of this. I'd like to move it forward. We're not depending on one person for this, and we'll have support to make sure that these organizations run smoothly and there is input from the community, businesses and residents.
Councilmember Zendejas, anything? Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll now do our opening public comment. We have 5 members of the public signed up to speak. James Gooden, Bella Alva, Scott Booth, George Pinto, and Adam Hajazi. James, you're up first.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Jim Gooden, President of the Ocean Boulevard Residents Association, the citizens that live in the high-rises on downtown Ocean Boulevard. I'm here with Margaret Mustafa, Kathy Kelton, and Pat Mills, representing the 107 waterfront residents that sent each of you a letter last week, imploring that you better manage next week's County Vibes concert, which will take place on Marina Green in the Convention Center parking lot. Last year, the music was so loud and the bass vibrations so extensive that many Ocean Boulevard residents had to leave their home. Normal conversation, talking on the phone, watching TV, or sleeping was impossible for 4 days, 10 hours a day. This year, I understand it will be 5 days, counting sound checks. Councilwoman Zendejas visited an Ocean Boulevard home during last year's concert and can attest to not being able to conduct a normal conversation and the vibrating of the walls. Just think of the vibration of our internal organs for those 4 days. Prolonged excessive noise is harmful to the health and well-being of your citizens. Please act to ensure that the noise from next week's Cali Vibes concert is within the city's existing noise limits by the time it reaches our homes. Treat us the same as all the other residents in the city of Long Beach. We are in favor of outdoor entertainment and the people it brings downtown, but we are sure we can have it without sacrificing the health of downtown residents. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Mayor is not here, but thank you, City Council members. My name is Bella Alva. I'm a junior at UCLA. I wanted to introduce myself to you all and just talk about a little bit why I'm here. I'm taking an environmental sociology course, and I'm conducting a research project on Long Beach, the City of Long Beach's environmental efforts. As a part of this research, I'm attending community efforts regarding environmental efforts, sustainability, and I'm also attending city government meetings, such as this one is why I'm here today. I just want to make a quick comment and say that if anyone would like to discuss the city's environmental efforts or environmental issues like that Long Beach is facing, feel free to come and talk to me if you would just like to chat if you have time, and I'll stick around after the meeting. And you could also reach out to me on email if you would like to talk to me after, or I'd like to talk to you. So let us chat and hear your thoughts. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is George Pinto. I'm a license holder for medical and recreational cannabis. I'm lucky enough to be a lottery winner here in the city of Long Beach. I just had a small public comment in regard to taxation and how it affects me and my consumers and customers that we all have here. Normally, I love to grow my business and I love to employ people, and it becomes harder and harder to do so as more taxational laws increase. Every single time any type of increase arises, you have my consumers going directly to illicit markets. It doesn't benefit the city when the city cannot benefit as well from any additional income. We just continuously move and stray away from people, and we have continuous problems when it comes to trying to get additional income for the city in regards to any taxational purposes. I mean, here as a business owner, I think every single business owner wants to pay its taxes so that we can fund every program that you guys have in this agenda. Every agenda can be funded as long as we have more consumers coming in here. We can't physically have more consumers if my taxation is 90%. A consumer is going to go to a direct illicit market. I think, and my recommendation based off of 20 years in experience, not in cannabis, but in logistics, is being able to streamline a great process. Every single time you have increases and decreases, the consumer is always going to be confused at what to want to buy or what city they want to go to, because every single city has its own legislation. We have consumers here that just physically don't even want to come to the city of Long Beach because they'd rather go to a different city. I feel that opening additional businesses besides cannabis, such as lounges and or events, will help bring more people to the city of Long Beach. I recall when I first came here, being part of the city, this was a front for a basis where cannabis legislation was the first runner. Now I see it as every time we try to press something, it just hinders me. It hinders Long Beach Cannabis Associations. It hinders every single association that we have here, besides every person and their agenda that we try to press. We can't fund anything if we continue to have higher taxational laws. That's pretty much my comment that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, George. All right, Adam, you're next.
Stick this on there real quick. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City Attorney. My name is Adam Hijazi. I am the Board of Directors of the Long Beach Collective Association. I'm here to voice the concerns that we have collectively with the current state of the cannabis market. First off, I wanted to thank staff and council for the time and effort that they've put thus far to looking into the taxes here in the city. We understand that the tax study is due to come back. Unfortunately, it can't come back fast enough, considering the current state of the local and the state cannabis market. For example, the state issued approximately 19,000 cultivation licenses statewide since the beginning launch of 2018, right? It is reported that about 6,800 cultivation licenses in the state have closed and are not going to renew their licenses in 2023. So that's adding up to about 1/3 of the cultivation licenses in the state are closing down. Another thing is, on January 1st, 2023, the state moved its excise tax from the cost of goods sold into where the gross receipt is. So, without getting into the math of it, but pretty much it's increased the excise tax by 14 to 22%, which our Long Beach residents are currently paying. In Long Beach, we've had a dozen plus cannabis businesses close down in the last few months, We've even also had a retail cannabis business that closed down in the last month. I mean, just the idea that retail is somehow going to be, weather the storm of the market versus other licenses, that's not true. We do have retailers closing in the city. As operators, we know for a fact that the retail tax revenues are going to be down this year by 30%, if not more, due to less people participating or being able to afford the current state of products here in the city of Long Beach. Please, the residents, the patients, our employees, the industry, we can't wait for tax relief. One important thing that the current study has not considered is how the tax revenue can actually increase if we make products that are more affordable for residents so that way they can participate into the legal markets. Thank you, and we look forward to working with all of our city leaders on this important issues as we're facing them. So thank you.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your comments. That was the last.
No, Scott Booth.
Scott.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Scott.
I move a little slow.
No worries.
I got hip-hop buttons. I'm ready. Mayor, congratulations on your victory, Ms. Dugan. I never met you, but Ms. Price was very non-existent. Lagoon Playgroup, Lowell, Rogers, Wilson, Long Beach City College. My daughter went to Wilson. My dad went to Jordan. I think that's over there for Ms. Joni. But I would like to say that my great-grandma passed away in her house on Cherry and 4th in 1934. My grandma and my grandpa first to Granada. My dad last year 7th to Santiago. Like I said, he went to Jordan, World War II. He was 97. Every day, homeless in front of my house. I'm going to say homeless because they are homeless. They piss in front of my house. They dump their buckets from the RVs. How are they going to get gas to go by Elliot's shop and dump their stuff? They don't have no money, man. They throw the buckets right in my alley, right in the parking lot by the post office. There's a guy living in the post office now. It's just nonsense. They're stealing all this stuff. The other night, some guy broke in my house. He walked through my gate. He walked through my second gate. He walked through my kitchen. I had my gun on me. Thank God, because I'm handicapped. I'm sitting in my wheelchair. I put my gun on him and said, "Get F on my house." Thank God. I could have killed him legally, right? That's on you guys. Why are you? There's more police in here than I've seen in the shores in a long time. And we grew up, we respected and kind of feared them because they bust us for anything, smoking and drinking. But they don't do anything anymore. They don't care at all. They're not even there. Crimes of life. You guys don't even care anymore. You're not when you talk about the homeless stuff, you don't talk about us. What about us? What about all the theft and just the guys talking to themselves, yelling crazy, calling my next door neighbor a bitch because she wouldn't give her $1 right in front of her husband? What's he going to do down there? He's got a good job. What's he going to do? Hit him? These guys you're down there. You grew up. I know a lot about you. You see us down there, just like Ms. Price, but nothing ever happens. I mean, you guys are really good at painting the sidewalks with the rainbows and the friggin' lifeguard station with rainbows. They're brilliant at that. You got nobody uses the bike lanes. You took these 2-lane streets, made them one. Parking tickets. You guys are experts at that. Just a couple more things. I mean, I'm handicapped. You have nothing for the 80 people, like those scooters everywhere. You don't have anything for me. I can't ride one. I'll fall over and break what's left of my bones. I was in a fatal helicopter crash. I used to be a pilot. I lost both my legs. I'm burned, 70% of my body. Shouldn't even be alive. And now I can't fight back. The only way I can fight back is with a concealed weapon permit. I live in Nevada, so I'm over. I live on Second too, but I have a house in Nevada. I'm overpaying taxes here. $15,000 a year I pay taxes here for what? I mean, it's just dumb. They'll pay only $4 over there, no crime, no nothing. Because why? Because they enforce. What about Seal Beach? We can compare Naples and the shores to Seal. What's going on in Seal? Why? Because they don't put up with it. They'll tell your car if your tags aren't right. They will. If you leave your tags on for a mile, who cares? Just dump your shit and your feces and piss right in front of my house. Anyway, I say you want to make money, cut half your staff, legalize gambling and prostitution on the Queen Mary, international flights out of Canada and Mexico, and tear down some of the breakwater. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes general public comment.
Well, all right. Okay, back to the agenda. Item 22, please.
Report from police. Recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing city manager to execute a contract with Mallory Safety and Supply for automated license plate recognition system equipment citywide.
Thank you. Is there a staff report here?
Yes, I'll turn to our Police Chief, Wally Hevish, who can talk a little bit about what this item is and some of the policies related to it that are outlined in the council agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this item. The Long Beach Police Department utilizes a variety of tools and resources in order to meet public safety needs in our community. LBPD has used several existing and emerging technology solutions through the years, including license plate readers, or ALPR. ALPR assists law enforcement by capturing vehicle images based on license plate recognition. The images provide geographic locations, date, and time. There's no personal identifying information attached to ALPR images. Images obtained are utilized in the furtherance of an official law enforcement need by searching secure government databases. This assists law enforcement in criminal investigations, locating missing persons, or following up on Amber Alerts. The police department currently has 22 ALPR mobile systems in 2 fixed locations. We're in need of upgrades to the current system, which will allow us to mitigate staffing challenges and comply with guidelines provided by Fleet Services for New Vehicles. ALPR is a best practice in law enforcement and is utilized by over 170 law enforcement agencies throughout the state. Over the years, ALPR technology has assisted us in solving a variety of crimes, including some of the most violent crimes that have occurred in our city. In 2019, ALPR technology was instrumental in the investigation and arrest of the suspects responsible for a triple murder during a Halloween party on 7th Street. In 2015, ALPR technology helped detectives investigate, locate, and apprehend the suspect responsible for the kidnapping and murder of 3-week-old baby Eliza. There are many other examples, but these are 2 of the most tragic. I support leveraging technology in ways that help keep our community safe and help us bring closure to those that have been victimized. However, any technology we use must have an appropriate level of approval and oversight, and ALPR is no exception. Its usage is governed by our own internal ALPR policy, which is in the process of being revised and updated, and will include a review by our Community Advisory Committee and our Office of Constitutional Policing. We also utilize the Long Beach PD bias-based policing policy, the City of Long Beach Values Act, California Senate Bill 54, and City Data Privacy Guidelines. Any technology we use to reduce violence and enhance community safety must be used in a legal, ethical, and equitable manner. Yes, we have solved numerous crimes using technology, but we've also made some mistakes that have allowed us to learn and strengthen our policies and procedures specific to ALPR. We've enhanced our internal procedures after inadvertently releasing ALPR batch data to ICE in 2020. This was done through a group approval function that has since been prohibited. We also require command-level review and approval before a new request for agency access is authorized. Reducing crime, addressing threats to Homeland Security, enhancing public safety requires gathering, assessing, analyzing and sharing information with law enforcement partners for a law enforcement need. Thank you again, and we can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We have, 23 members of the public signed up for public comment. We're going to take care of that first since it's more than 10. Our rules say that it's 90 seconds per comment, so I'll call out the first 5. We have Hilda Guyton, Christopher Duvali, Christopher Robson, Nida Tushnit, and Maitos. If you could come forward and line up so we can proceed. Matios. Forgive me if I said it wrong. All right. Please come forward. I don't see Hilda. Okay. Hilda, you're up.
I thought that you say something now. I'm so sorry. Again, my name is Hilda Gaitan. I am here and I am against this item. Automated license plate recognition violates our right to privacy, and if approved, it will bring the immigrant community to a state of danger. This may cause stress, mental health problems, and overall, it will be a detriment to their health and safety. This city was declared a sanctuary city. Automated license plate recognition goes against the protection the city must provide to the immigrant community as a sanctuary city. Please, I urge you to not approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christopher Duvalli.
Good evening, Council Mayor. Regarding the ALPR data sharing and information hot list, a few things have been marinating in my thoughts. Who and what are going to be placed on the hot list and for what purpose? Do recall as recent as 2016, a Superior Court judge made sweeping statements about the Long Beach Police Department's treatment of gay men in the community, saying in a ruling that the department intentionally targets gay men and the prosecutor's office portrayed them as sexual deviants and pedophiles. The judge ruling stated the Long Beach Police Department harbored animus towards homosexuals in its undercover investigations and entrapping them. And now it is on the table to expand capabilities of data sharing for the LB Police Department that was targeting and entrapping homosexuals. A system has definitive knowledge of whereabouts from home to work to the gay bar or to any family or friends home supporting the LGBTQ+ community to potentially be targeted once again, with only internal oversight by a supervisor and zero from the third-party oversight such as the Community Oversight Committee. Realize at the federal level with foreign intelligence, we have checks, balances, protections, and surveillance situations with the FISA courts. Here in Long Beach, relative to surveillance of its own citizens, there are zero protections regarding the ALPR software data. A question to also ask is where are the locations of these license plate scanners outside of gay bars, economic disadvantaged areas? Are there any place where I live in Belmont Shore or adjacent Naples Island? It's a beautiful sight to see rainbow pride flags wave proudly on our homes and businesses throughout our city. Yet do not make the assumption that the days of profiling homosexuals, targeting homosexuals, entrapping homosexuals has come to an end. We are far from this, and we were most recently reminded of this here in Long Beach in 2016. I request that the council vote against this agenda item because it has no protections or oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nada Tushnet. And before you read, I'm going to read the next five so they can begin to organize. Joanna Diaz, Jennifer Benitez, Caitlin Bellis, Frank Garcia, and Jamilet Ochoa. So we have Nada, then Matthews. All right.
Okay. So I strongly oppose the expenditure of $1.2 million on license plate surveillance. Because we're basing our purchase on the Fairfax County use of the technology, I have questions. I actually lived there at one point. It's a very different community from Long Beach. First, has anyone studied the actual cost of the technology? Specifically, how much did Fairfax spend on litigation? A 2-minute Google search this afternoon found a suit which was that Fairfax lost in the first court and then appealed. So there was a cost associated with that. So have such costs been factored into our purchase? Second, was there any evaluation of the use of APLR? I heard from the police chief a number of anecdotes. I come out of social science, and we have a saying that anecdote ain't data. So we need more data on it. I also heard that there's going to be a revision and updating of the oversight that's in process. So we're buying this before we have final oversight processes in place. That doesn't make sense to me. The use of surveillance and the violation of privacy is dangerous and will not lead to a safer city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthews. You're up.
Good evening. My name is Matthews with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. We want to point out that the apprehension of surveillance technologies like automated license plate readers purport to keep us safer. They don't. They fulfill two functions. The first being to solidify policing's hold on our resources. The $1.2 million currently being allowed for this tech will inevitably balloon into tens of millions of dollars that could have been directed towards some of our societal needs. The second is simple. It's the historic goal of all surveillance in this country to track, surveil, target, and criminalize bodies that have been deemed criminal, namely poor Black and brown Long Beach residents in this case. This surveillance tech will ensure increased police interactions with Black and brown Long Beach residents. And as the recent killings of Takar Smith, Oscar Leon Sanchez, and Keenan Anderson in Los Angeles, along with Tyree Nichols in Memphis, have reminded us, if you have Black or brown skin, police interactions have an increased lethality. In recent years, we've seen that this ALPR tech caused LAPD to mistakenly hold a Black Disney employee at gunpoint after their license plate reader, allegedly, pinged the employer's vehicle as stolen. Also, LBPD's own history proves that this technology will be used against the undocumented community. Despite the so-called sanctuary status of this city, despite LBPD's own policy preventing them from sharing information with ICE, LBPD shared license plate data, the same data this proposed technology seeks to exponentially expand the gathering of that information. They use that data and pass it on to ICE. And even if they didn't hand it to them, the information gathered by these cameras is fed to a fusion center, a hub that takes data from local agencies and shares it to federal agencies. And that's because, in the words of LAPD's
time is complete.
Culture eats policy for lunch.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joanna Diaz and Jennifer Benitez.
Mr. Mayor, I think you skipped me over. Chris Robeson.
Come on forward, Christopher.
Hi, Christopher Robeson. I'm a resident of the 2nd District. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and esteemed members of council. I think the issue, I'm representing Yes We Can Democratic Club today. And our position is we want to make sure that all of our communities are protected. LGBTQ+, Latino, and Black. They are targeted by this kind of a program if it's not properly controlled. My issue is the MOU is defective as presented. It is too loose and too ambiguous. And we need to tighten up the MOU if we're going to proceed with this. And we can't leave it up to the control of the police department to control themselves, the supervisor element. Those are the two things I'm here to talk about. So I hope you guys will either kill this or at least get it revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joanna.
So, good evening. My name is Joanna, and I'm here with the Anti-Surveillance Coalition. We see a future where community safety is not in the hands of police. The reality that police do not prevent crime. As exemplified by their numerous lawsuits this department has faced, they are actually violence workers who disproportionately impact our Black, brown, and immigrant communities. We see a future where Long Beach is thriving as a surveillance-free city. I encourage everyone here this evening to read the updated article by The Fourth today that outline the equipment that LBPD plans to purchase with these additional funds, which includes the purchase of 34 vehicle-mounted ALPR camera systems for patrol cars, 4 trailers with ALPR camera systems, and 4 trailer lifting kits. That is more than 42 privacy-violating tools of mass surveillance that will be used primarily against our Black, brown, and immigrant communities. Keep in mind that this is all in addition to the absurd arsenal of military-grade mass surveillance weaponry that they already granted by the City Council last fall, which includes armored vehicles, multiple AR-15s, drones, and sniper equipment. All that, plus an additional over 40% budget increase they continue to receive each year from the city's general fund. We demand that the City Council vote against this egregious addition that further weaponizes this violent agency and instead protects our communities by passing an ordinance that prohibits the purchase and use of surveillance technology now and in the future. As our representatives, it is your duty to protect our communities and not just rubber stamp LBPD's increasing arsenal against your constituents. Historical and institutional racism.
Your time is over.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Benitez.
Hi, my name is Jamilet Ochoa, and I am a senior organizer with the...
Wait, Jamilet Ochoa?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Jennifer Benitez not here? Okay. All right. I see you, but if folks could try to line up in order, it's easy for me to keep track. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm a member of the Philippines-U.S. Solidarity Organization of the South Bay Area. We are a grassroots organization building bridges between the people of the U.S. and the Philippines, fighting for true peace and justice in the Philippines. The underlying basis for the use of this technology is supposedly crime and terrorism, which, may I remind you, that LBPD already has military-grade weapons at its disposal. So with or without an upcoming Olympics, in terms of who in the city has the actual capacity to carry out crime on the scale that LBPD insinuates in its memo, is actually LBPD itself. But if there's anything you take away from this item, it's the glaring question of who is in control of these so-called oversight mechanisms. If you have LBPD drafting the agreements for the data sharing with Vigilant Solutions, LBPD supervisors reviewing the requests from outside law enforcement agencies, and LBPD railroading the approval for the expansion of its existing ALPRs text via this adoption of other government contracts, then you are asking for the entirety of Long Beach, the constituents that y'all represent, to trust a very group that has already exposed themselves as collaborators of ICE, racist, and anti-people. I mean, that's the whole reason why we had to pass SB 54 and the Long Beach Values Act in the first place. So then why we urge you to actually listen to your constituents this time and deny this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Caitlin Bellis. Caitlin. So here's what I have. I have Caitlin, then Eric, then Jamila. That's the order I have. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Caitlin Bellis, and I'm a member of the Anti-Surveillance Coalition and a resident of District 3. And I urge Council not to approve the purchase of the ALPR hardware for LBPD. I also just want to comment on the notion that license plate data is not personal information. Obviously, your license plate is tied to your identity. Like, it's registered with the DMV. If someone is tracking my car, they're tracking me. This is precisely the technology that LBPD already abused when they shared Long Beach residents' license plate data with ICE. And again, another speaker already referenced how the way that this works is that it gives someone's exact geographic location and exact time. That allows ICE to go and pick that person up and arrest them and detain them. This is not like theoretical. Okay. And so LBPD cannot be trusted with surveillance technology. And sharing data with ICE is not the only example. They also monitored protesters back in 2020. And what's to prevent them from abusing their power again, especially when they plan to use the exact same software from Vigilant Solutions that permitted the illicit data sharing in the first place? The policy they refer to in conjunction with the recommendation is incomplete, contradictory, and unenforceable. It will not protect Long Beach residents from LBPD abuses. Only a ban on surveillance technology will accomplish that. Please do not hand them more tools to spy on us, and instead take action to keep our city surveillance free. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next is Eric. We have Eric, then Jamila, then the next five after that are Joshua DeLeon, Christopher Covington, Aaron Foley, Tanya Navarro, and Kia Beth Sanchez. So, Eric, you're up.
What's up, y'all? Surveillance technology disproportionately impacts low-income and working-class communities, including migrants. I'm thinking about the joke that is predictive policing and how tools like surveillance technology help that joke to legitimize itself to law enforcement agencies that swear by it. LBPD are going to deploy this tech in neighborhoods they already disproportionately police. That's what predictive policing is. It predicts habits of police, not of the people they are policing. There is no ethical way to make use of this technology, and certainly not in the hands of police. This is no different in Long Beach. Folks already shared the instances where information is being shared with ICE at the hands of police. And quite frankly, you have no control over who has access to that data once it hits Vigilant Solutions and their hubs. We shouldn't have to worry about spying as a tactic, particularly by people in power, is not at all a new phenomenon, especially against movements for progressive and social change. The government and its enforcement agency, I'm thinking specifically, they target and incarcerated and killed members of the Black Panther Party using infiltration and surveillance tactics. So this technology isn't anything new. Surveillance as a tactic has existed forever, as folks have already mentioned. Lastly, a heat sensor device that can identify who is in a building feels like a gross violation of due process. There's a reason you can't do that. Like, there's a reason you can't go to a door and go and lock without a warrant. Like, that's a violation of due process that we should not be trying to come up with ways to circumvent due process.
Thank you so much. Next, Jamila. You're up now, Jamila. Thank you. And after Jamila is Joshua, then Christopher.
Good evening, council members. It's a beautiful evening to ban surveillance technology, isn't it? My name is Jamila Ochoa, a senior organizer with the Long Beach Immigrants' Rights Coalition and a member of the Anti-Surveillance Coalition in Long Beach. First, I want to thank the mayor and the city council for moving this item up so that community's input is heard. Bringing this item in the front is crucial. You can see that this item is priority for Long Beach residents. The Anti-Surveillance Coalition believes that there isn't a softer, kinder way to spy, intimidate, and criminalize people. Let's call it what it is. We know that our communities on the other side of this camera, there's a threat of sharing data with ICE, is lurking every minute, or should I say 1,800 license plate numbers per minute. This technology harms poor folks of color, specifically Black and brown communities of color. I know that the police and some of you are going to say that surveillance technology is used to prevent crime. You even said it before the question started. Giving more money to the police, to their toys, feeds into the illusion of safety. If crime is so high, even though we're giving 40% of the general budget to the police, why do we keep giving money to the police? An already failing system. Why do you all reward them with these gadgets and a fear that we know it's going to end up harming our communities? We demand the city to pass an ordinance on prohibiting the purchase of surveillance technology now and in the future.
Thank you. Time is concluded.
Thank you. Next is Joshua, then Christopher, then Aaron Foley.
Good evening. My name is Josh De Leon, but I'm actually going to be speaking on behalf of Mohammed Tajsar of the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California. They couldn't join us today, but they're experts on these issues, and so I'm going to be conveying the remarks for them. As follows, the ACLU of Southern California urges this council to oppose the acquisition of new automated license plate recognition equipment. This technology is dangerous, deployed in classist and racist ways, and it takes resources away from the most urgent safety and health needs in the city. First, the technology is dangerous. As the ACLU and many other organizations have observed, using ALPR technology creates a database of people's precise locations where they can reveal sensitive information about them, including where they live, work, go to school, visit doctors, or attend political meetings and rallies. Second, the technology is deployed in racist and classist ways. The proliferation of surveillance technology in the city makes the threat of contacts with police detentions and arrests even more intense for already over-policed people of color within the city. Third, the technology is expensive. We can think of dozens of more worthy investments in the city, we've heard some today, than spending more than $1.2 million in ALPRs, like mental health services, after-school programs, job fairs, school books, shade on bus stops, trees and city parks, clean metro stations, to name a few. Fourth and finally, the City Council must shift its focus from consistently turning over scarce city cash to its police department and begin to reinvest in the community again. Life-affirming services and needs, not police and their toys, are the key to true public safety in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christopher Covington, then Aaron Foley, then Tanya Navarro.
Hello, my name is Christopher Covington. I'm a resident of the 6th District. I'm speaking today as an individual, and I also want to reference that I sit on the Equity and Human Relations Commission, but I'm speaking today as an individual. I'm coming here to call on each and every one of you to vote not in favor of this motion, to ban all surveillance, especially since as a member of the Equity and Human Relations Commission, we've heard many testimonies from community members and professionals in the field. And as a commission, we voted to ban all ALPRs and delete any storage data that is collected by these devices. The Long Beach Police Department do not need more technology. They need to actually put their detectives out in the field and go solve crimes. They don't need more gadgets, especially since those gadgets falsely incriminate and harm communities, specifically communities of color. So please vote not in favor of this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Foley, then Tanya Navarro, then Kia Beth Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Erin. I live in District 1. I've lived in Long Beach for about 2 decades. I also want to echo what the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, has said and urge you to oppose authorizing the city manager with the power to acquire new ALPR equipment. It's dangerous, deployed in classist and racist ways, expensive, and takes time and resources away from addressing more urgent safety and health needs of the community in this city. It is deployed in classist and racist ways, and we've seen that in our own city, including how the LBPD has used this technology to target Black activists and protesters. Where police go, so go their toys. Over-policing is a serious problem in Long Beach and across the Southland, and the proliferation of surveillance technology makes the threat of contacts, abuses, detentions, and arrests even more intense for people of color within the city that needs more resources and fewer police. The City Council must reorient its focus from consistently turning over scarce city cash to its police department and begin to reinvest in the community again. Life-affirming services and needs are needed and the key to the true public safety in the city. And the only way for this body and for city government to commit to these services and needs is by breaking from failed public safety measures like ALPR technology and abusive city institutions like policing, and to shift time and energy towards affirming health and life in the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tanya, then Kia Beth, and then the next five after that are Maria Lopez, Hamid Khan, Zamaria Gomez, Winston Delaurier, and Danny Padilla. So, Tanya, you're up.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I'm a part of the Long Beach Immigrants' Rights Coalition's team. I'd like to echo my teammates in thanking the City Council for moving this item up so the community is able to feasibly provide their input. The proposed upgrade in unnecessary surveillance technology which will be used to spy on and criminalize low-income Black immigrant communities and all communities of color is extremely alarming. The proposed $1 million upgrade will be funded by the Urban Area Security Initiative Grant Program, which addresses high-threat, high-density urban areas and threats or acts of terrorism. Our communities are already being criminalized and labeled as threats simply in the wording of the funding of this recommendation. Our communities are not threats. They're beautiful. LBPD has already shown it cannot be trusted with ALPR technology. Now it's asking for a hardware upgrade that will expand its ALPR capabilities in the name of public safety, when in reality our communities have asked time and time again that you remove funding away from policing and into community-centered resource solutions. We demand that the City Council pass an ordinance prohibiting the purchase or use of surveillance technology now and in the future. It is the City Council's job to investigate this and look out for the residents of Long Beach before voting blindly to support this technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kia Beth, and then Maria, then Hamid.
Good evening, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Kiabeth Sánchez y soy la coordinadora de bienestar en la Coalición de Derechos para Inmigrantes. Mi trabajo se centra en la justicia de salud y bienestar para nuestras comunidades inmigrantes e indocumentadas, trabajando con más de 150 familias.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiabeth Sánchez, and I'm the Wellness Coordinator of the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. The core of my work is centered in the health, justice, and well-being of our undocumented and immigrant communities, and we work with more than 150 families.
El trabajo que hacemos ha sido expresado por miembros de la comunidad como recursos necesarios. ¿Quién más podría saber de las necesidades de la comunidad que la comunidad misma?
The work that we do has been expressed by our members of our community as necessary resources. Who else will have a better understanding of our community needs than its own community?
La compra de esta tecnología que captura las placas vehiculares no nada más es algo que nuestras comunidades consideran algo no necesario, pero más bien una causa de temor e intimidación.
The purchase of these technologies that captures vehicle license plates is not only considered unnecessary by our communities, but it also causes fear and intimidation.
Adicionalmente, nuestras comunidades han demandado que los fondos sean desalojados del Departamento de Policía, pero todavía aquí estamos, exigiendo que no gasten $1.2 millones para seguir espiándonos.
Additionally, our communities have demanded that the police department is defunded. However, once again, we're here demanding that you do not spend $1.2 million in spying efforts.
El Departamento de Policía en Long Beach ha compartido información con ICE y lo puede volver a hacer. La implementación de esta tecnología podría tener consecuencias para nuestros miembros de la comunidad indocumentada y, como ya mencioné, esto no es algo que nuestra gente necesita.
The Police Department of Long Beach has shared information with ICE, and this can happen once again. The implementation of these technologies could have serious consequences for the members of our undocumented community. And as I mentioned before, this is not what our community needs.
En vez de seguir canalizando dinero al Departamento de Policía, que una y otra vez ha demostrado que trae más daño que bien, demandamos que canalicen fondos para accesibilidad a salud mental, salud médica, accesibilidad a comida, cosas que todos nuestros miembros de la comunidad pueden acceder sin importar su estatus migratorio.
Instead of continuing to channel monies to the police department, who repeatedly, once again, has demonstrated to cause more harm than good, we demand that they channel funding for access to mental health, medical wellness, access to food, things that all our community members can have access to, regardless of their immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maria Lopez, then Hamid, then Zamaria.
Hello, council members. My name is Maria. I'm undocumented, unafraid, and unapologetic. Married, District 1. I'm 100% opposed to this item. I encourage you to vote no and to ban this type of technology. Less than 2 years after LBPD was caught unlawfully sharing license plate data with federal immigration authorities and used license plate data to have 2 BLM protesters falsely detained, now we are being gaslit to believe that LBPD will use these mass surveillance tools to only catch robbers. Without common sense surveillance laws in place or independent oversight, you are all asking us to put $1 million worth of faith in police's ability to police its own use of invasive technology that can reconstruct historical patterns. Why? Because the 2028 Olympics that can add to our unhoused population. The Washington Post wrote an article on how Olympics is a disaster for people who live in host cities. Displacement and gentrification are the norm for preparing for those games. That was the first line. This is carried out by police and by you all. Vote no tonight and honor your own emergency order against homelessness.
Thank you. Next is Hamid, then Zamaria, then Winston. Hamid.
Hi, my name is Hamid Khan. I'm also an organizer with Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. I'm a resident of of Long Beach since 2000, and for the last 23 years, I've seen a major expansion of what can only be called a national security police state, and that's exactly what's going on. We cannot just keep this in isolation that license plate readers are going to operate by themselves. We have to look at the larger ecology of surveillance. We have to look at the whole architecture of surveillance. You can't walk down the street without being watched. You can't drive anywhere without being watched. You can't be on your computer or social media without being watched. You can't be in a park without being watched. You can't be even taking photographs in public because then the suspicious activity reporting information program hits you. You can't even be outside because somebody calls in and says, say something, and next thing you know, you're pulled in. And these are all documented histories of the city of Long Beach. It's not just something that we're pulling out of thin air. So what we have is that it's way more than invasion of privacy, because surveillance, spying, and infiltration is a methodology with the intent to cause harm. And the targets are black, poor, immigrant, queer, LGBT, trans, and many other folks who are constantly a target. So I think the decision that you have today is that whether you want to preside over a police state or if you really want to make it truly a free place where people can walk without being constantly watched, without being stopped.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Zamaria, then Winston, then Danny.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Samaria. I'm an organizer from Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition, and I'm a resident of District 3.
The recommendation makes a seemingly contradiction claims about current LBPD data sharing practices. First, it states that Long Beach Police Department stopped sharing ALPR data with other state and federal agencies. Then it says the other agencies may only have access to Long Beach Police Department data if those agencies sign an MOU agreeing to comply with SB 54. Then it says Long Beach Police Department can share outside agency data as long as supervisor approves and also reviews the request to ensure, presumably just in their judgment, the sharing is not for immigration enforcement. So my question to you, which one is it?
Thank you. Next is Winston.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Winston. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. There's a couple of points I want to make. I don't want to go over too much ground. A lot of folks have said this very well already, but we can't ignore the fact that the basic function of police in a society like ours is the protection of property. And the basic function of any mass surveillance tool like this will be the protection of property, not public safety. And they protect property by controlling and by subjugating the working class and especially oppressed communities in our society. And that's kind of the general principle of the thing. But there's a more particular point I want to make here. I remember when I first moved back into District 6, which is around where I grew up. It was right around the time of the Tiger Tex scandal. Some of you, I think, were on the council when this was going on. Some of y'all may have joined it since then. Now, this was a program that was used that, by its very nature, deleted what would be considered evidence, what could be considered necessary communications that the police have a legal obligation to preserve. And this was used by the department officially for a period of at least 4 years that we know of. And nothing was done about this. This was kept totally secret until it was leaked by a local community newspaper, the Daily Breeze. Had they not leaked this, they would probably still be using this technology to this day. And the point I want to make here is we're being asked to trust the LBPD. We're being asked to say we can hold them accountable. No one was held accountable for that. No one was punished.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Danny Padilla. Then we have Jamie Garcia, Tony San, and Melody Chan. Danny, you're up.
Thank you. My name is Danny Padilla. I'm the development manager at the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. A lot of folks have said what I was going to say here today. What I want to say now is that the ALPR technology is not going to stop any robbers. The people who are here today who are actually stealing a lot of our identities, are stealing the data that is so sacred, are stealing our identities, and are really not protecting our communities. The safety that we're trying to protect today is rooted in our community's wholeness, our well-being, our autonomy, and our privacy. As directly impacted community members, police, we know that surveillance does not and will not prevent crime in our community, nor does it keep us safe. We know from the data of millions of scans conducted in Long Beach in 2019 that virtually all, 99.93% of the license plate data collected that year was all on law-abiding drivers. So please explain to me how that's preventing crime. Y'all know it, we know it, it's not going to prevent crime. You may not know the impacts of this technology, but I can tell you that they are inextricably linked to deportations, to family separations, and I encourage you to lean into what that means. Lean into that, because families will be separated because of this technology. Trust is earned, and LBPD has not and will not be able to earn the trust of the immigrant community. Please know that an agency tasked like ICE to destroy, traumatize, and separate loved ones will continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Jamie?
Hi, my name is Jamie Garcia. I'm a registered nurse, and I've also been a longtime member of the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. So I kind of want to start this process by acknowledging that pretty much a lot of you sitting there don't really have an idea of what surveillance technology is, how it incorporates itself, what data gathering, what data sharing, even how Palantir utilizes several instances of data that gets collected by several surveillance technologies like CCTV, body cameras, drones, facial recognition. And this is something that we have to be very clear about, because I led a campaign in LA against a program called Operation Laser, LA Strategic Extraction and Restoration. And this program utilized automatic license plate readers. And so when we think about Tyree Nichols, right, and that Scorpion team that murdered him, we have to think about how that program also utilized hotspots, perpetual offenders. And so these technologies come together to create programs to target people. These technologies are utilized to gather data. This data is shared. So not only are we targeting people in our community, this data is also being used and shared with national security, right? And so there's these exemptions that you're seeing that, SB 54, they won't share data with ICE, but we know because of national security that there's plenty of exemptions and that data will be shared. So as everybody's been asking you, you have to think, do I know enough to accept more surveillance technology? Am I going to allow this to continue to happen, or will I stop it?
Thank you. Next is Tony, then Melody.
Hello, my name is Tony Sun, resident of District 8 under Al Austin, and I'm representing the Philippine-U.S. Solidarity Organization of the South Bay. The recommendation says that LBPD's ALPR policy will not permit its use for monitoring First Amendment protected activities, demonstrations, protesting. Given LBPD's history of using surveillance technology on protesters, how will this provision be monitored and enforced? That is my question to you today, and I urge you to vote no on item 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Melody.
Hello, my name is Melody. I am a born and raised resident from Long Beach, California. I am a Cambodian community member. I am against item 22. $1.2 million in funds for an agenda that has no protections, no oversight, and statistics are readily available for you all to look up and show that these technologies are abusive and destroy people like us. Please redirect the funds to high priority zones like North Long Beach, like Jordan High School, Hamilton, and Lindbergh Middle School, where resources are limited and needed to fund art, as well as help students deal with post-COVID issues within their mental health. They don't have counselors that are abundant. The resources are super limited. And you want to provide technologies to LBPD, technologies that these schools don't have, and they need severely. Please do not pass an item that puts capitalistic gain over Indigenous, Black, brown, queer bodies that make up Long Beach. I would like to echo that our communities are not threats. We are the culture. We are the culture that you like to showcase and paint murals about. So invest in us, invest in our health. Use that $1.2 million for our communities and for our students and for our youth and for that abundance of love and cultivation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, we're going to proceed now. Thank you. All right, so we'll take the discussion back behind the rail. Councilman Austin.
Thank you. I've made the motion for council discussion. I'll just tell you, thank you to the folks who came out and organized and shared your truth, your thoughts with this council this evening on this very controversial and important issue. I'll just tell you from my perspective, and I think many council members get these updates on a daily basis about crime in our city. These are issues. This is information I don't think that most people get or see or even understand. We do have challenges in the city of Long Beach with crime. Chief Hebish mentioned an event that happened in 2015, and I'll just tell you that was probably one of the most difficult emotional events that I've ever had to face as a public official. When you go and you see a family who's had their newborn baby kidnapped, right, and then 2 days later they find the baby, in a dumpster in a whole other city. I appreciate. I listen to you patiently, and so to understand that technology was utilized to solve a crime, a heinous crime, one of the most horrible crimes that I've ever experienced or known about, is something that we need to take note of. But at the same time, our civil liberties are very important. Ensuring that we're not being profiled, communities of color are being respected, and I think this council has taken a lot of very positive, progressive steps to reform our civilian oversight policies, to make sure that they're watchdogs and we're being watchdogs, and we have checks and balances in place over our public safety department. I like to think that we're headed in the right direction, and I think, when I talk to the vast majority of residents in our city, they see the progress. Now, is it perfect? Heck no. Do we still need to continue with culture shifts and changes? Absolutely. But technology, and somebody mentioned it, technology is where it is. We're always being tracked. You can't commit a crime and get away with it without some form of technology catching up with you. So, for that reason, I'm going to motion to approve the recommendation. But at the same time, I'm going to ask that this particular issue be carefully tracked over the next several months. I know that the contract expires in September 30th of this year, right? And so I'm going to ask that this issue be referred also to Public Safety Committee to further analyze, understand, and look at potential options so that we can continue to keep our city safe. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to continue the discussion. I'll add some consensus at the end. Folks, let's let the council do its deliberation. Next is Councilman Subranal.
Thank you. Very well stated, Councilman Austin, and I'd like to also thank all the folks who gave up their evening tonight to speak. I have a question for Chief Hebish, and this is related to the 4th Council District. I don't think the system we're discussing tonight is the only one in Long Beach. Cal State Long Beach is located in the 4th Council District, and they have thousands of parking spaces for students and faculty and staff. My understanding is that they use this same technology or similar technology. Can you confirm that?
Thank you, Councilmember Supernova. That is correct. The law enforcement agencies in the city and in the region all use the same technology, and if it's mobile and they're in the city, that technology would apply while they're mobile in the city as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
So I'm not sure how many of you know this, but some of you know that I work for a School of Information and Computer Science, and so therefore I'm very mindful around issues around data privacy and data sharing. Thus, I'm going to ask staff some questions that I hope help to clarify the issue for the community and address some of the concerns that are presented this evening. First is, can staff say how long has the city currently been using this technology?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So the ALPR technology has been used for several years. I don't have the exact start date, but I think we're probably approaching 20 years now of the use of this technology. We can get the exact date and report back to you on that.
Okay. I think a public commenter brought this up as well, but the staff report states that in June 2021, Long Beach PD stopped sharing LAPR data with out-of-state federal agencies. Additionally, and then it says additionally, Long Beach PD implemented new agreements for sharing LAPR detection data and hot lists within Vigilant. I imagine the set of statements are confusing the community members because it both says we don't share and subsequently says we have agreements related to sharing. Can you provide some context for the council and community members to clarify this?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I find the question kind of confusing as well, but I'm going to have our Bureau Chief, Ruby Marin Jordan, answer that question. She oversees strategic initiatives and has overseen our Office of Constitutional Policing as well.
And I'm happy to clarify.
Good evening. I think I'll try to simplify it for you, and I understand a little bit about the lack of understanding. In 2021, following an incident that happened in 2020, LBPD did cut off ALPR access. So that means we cut off access to all law enforcement agencies to our data. Subsequently, for legitimate law enforcement purposes, we do share information at the request of other agencies outside of California. We do not share direct access to our data. We did implement or offer an MOU with outside agencies and federal agencies that if they want direct access, they have to comply with the California Values Act and SB 54. No one has taken us up on that offer, so we do not share direct data access. So we will share information when it's a legitimate law enforcement purpose on a case-by-case basis, and that's how we handle the sharing of information only.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That does. So I wanted to ask a follow-up question into that. So again, I imagine for the public it's unclear how Long Beach PD data is not shared automatically with Vigilance since we're using their software platform. So can you speak to how Long Beach PD data is, say, siloed off or separated from Vigilance such that it's not automatically shared?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So Vigilant is a platform that houses the information. And so, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, that information is not associated with an individual. It does not contain personal identifying information. So the information that is captured is placed in the Vigilant software system. If we needed that information because of a specific crime that happened in a geographic area at a certain time and date, we would be able to access that, and then we would be able to further the investigation to try to find out anything we could associated with that vehicle information. If we find that Vigilant has, that's our data, it belongs to the City of Long Beach and the Long Beach Police Department. If we find there's federal and state regulations in place that Vigilant must comply with, if we find that that data is released, then we would have to address it with that software company and have to possibly look for another vendor.
Okay. Now, I know that we have an MOU system in place for sharing with other law enforcement agencies. To be clear, Long Beach PD does not share data with ICE.
That's correct, Councilwoman. We do not participate in civil immigration enforcement. ICE is an arm of the Department of Justice. If there was a criminal investigation, we would assist with a criminal investigation. That's not with ICE. That's not with civil immigration. That is against the Long Beach Values Act and the California State Senate Bill 54.
Okay. And then I just want to be abundantly clear for people. To be clear, Long Beach PD does not consider ICE to be a law enforcement agency, and that's why, thus, we are not sharing data with ICE.
ICE does civil immigration enforcement, not criminal. So that's correct.
Okay. Now, according to the City of Long Beach website, the current automated license plate recognition policy was revised in August 17th of 2017. Correct. Now, the staff report states that, and this is a quote, which says, while Vigilant Solutions technology allows for sharing capabilities with other law enforcement agencies, Long Beach PD does not allow any sharing of outside agency data without specific approvals. The practices are being codified in the newest draft of the department's policy. Can you walk us through the process that Long Beach PD uses to modify or update its policies?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah, so our policy review, revision, and creation process has changed over the years. A few years ago, we launched the Office of Constitutional Policing, which now oversees the creation and revision of policies. If we find that there's a need to address a certain policy issue or a policy concern, that goes to the OCP, Office of Constitutional Policing. It goes to the Community Advisory Committee for input and guidance from the community, a diverse group of members within our community. It goes through the entire department approval path and labor organizations as well. We have to meet and confer as required before we implement policy, and then it comes back to me for signature and implementation. Policy changes with time. Policy that we have within our organization is based on legal guidance, legislative changes, community expectations, and best practices. And that's how we create, revise, and add policy to Long Beach PD.
Okay. Can you give, if possible, time?
We have one more person, then we can come right back to you.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, just cue back up. Councilwoman Zendejas.
One last question.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a very sensitive item here, and I want to thank all of the community members who came out. I also want to ask the question again. Chief, can you please confirm again that this particular program does not share information with ICE, please?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, that's correct. We do not share information with ICE. As I mentioned in my presentation, that did occur. That was a mistake. That was a release of a batch of information. That was a group release function that we've now prohibited. So we do not share information with ICE. We do not participate in civil immigration enforcement.
Thank you, Chief. Another thing, and this might be a question for you or for staff, but let's say I do understand that it was a mistake, and I do understand that this is prohibited now. But let's say something does happen. What happens then? Is there a way, with this contract with this particular agency?
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I guess what my question is, would the contract then be breached?
If I understand the question correctly, Councilwoman, if it was on the end, the user or the vendor end, then yes, then we would have to seek a different vendor if they breach the agreement that we have with that vendor. If it was on our end, obviously we'd have to investigate and research and determine whether or not it was related to a user error or the technology that we're using. So that's something that we would look into.
And is there a way to look into it before it happens, maybe preventative measures, or maybe we're already working on something like that?
Yes, Councilwoman, that is part of the changes that took place after the initial release a few years ago to ICE. We put some measures in place to ensure that we had appropriate level of oversight. It rose to a command level as opposed to staff handling approvals and release of data. And then our policy creation, our policy revision that we're going through now. We're always looking to strengthen our policies, and that comes from learning from issues that come up throughout our policing.
Thank you, Chief Hubish. I also want to say that one of the things that I am very thankful for is for the capture of a suspect who had fled out of state and who had committed a double murder, which left 3 young women without parents. And so I'm very thankful that that person was able to be captured in a whole other state, practically across the country. And I think that those are the wins that we really have to acknowledge and to know that that's where it helps us. So I want to say to please always keep in mind also what our community is hearing and our community fears, but also find a balance so that we can capture those who commit harm against our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Exodi.
I just had one final question. As we were talking about the updates to the new policy, can you give us a timeline for when that new policy is expected?
Thank you, Councilwoman. It should probably be in place in approximately 2 months. As I mentioned earlier, there is a review process that happens internally. There's a review process that happens with our Community Advisory Committee, and policies here in our organization involve meet and confers with our labor representatives to ensure that everybody's on the same page. So I would anticipate 1 to 2 months for this revised policy. In the meantime, we do have our current policy in place and the other policies I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation.
Okay, and so just to clarify, so as part of the action that we're being asked to deliberate for as City Council tonight, we are simultaneously, you are in the process of updating that policy. And so my anticipation is, and you can tell me if I'm making too far of a leap here, but my anticipation here is that that policy will be in place when we are installing that new software, if that is the direction that the council decides to go.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It could be. Policies involve, like I said, meet and confer, discussions with labor unions, and they require a meaningful conversation. And before I put my signature on a policy, I need to ensure that it complies with the guidelines of the city, complies with community expectations, our entire community, and legal mandates. And so there could be issues that ideally they would happen at the same time. But I can't guarantee that the policy will be in place when the new software or the new hardware is purchased, but we do what we can to make sure that happens. We still have an existing policy in place and additional measures to ensure that we're not using it in a way that is not legal, ethical, and guided by law.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
Okay. So I did want to just address one of the questions that I heard in public comment, and that is how we're paying for this. Can you explain the UASI grant?
Thank you, Councilmember. Correct. It is Urban Area Security Initiative funded, UASI funded, and it is a regional asset. Those are Homeland Security grant funds that are allowed for technology such as this. Part of the use of ALPR technology is to protect the city from any potential terrorism attacks or violence that could occur in our community.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Are you finished? Okay, great. All right. So thank you. That's the council deliberation. I'll add just some comments here. First of all, thanks to the public for coming forward with speaking up, and I really want to thank the city council for the deliberation. I think this has been a great discussion on this topic. It's not new. But this is the job. This is what it takes. This is what city council members do. This is, culture change is not easy. And evolution is not easy. But I can acknowledge that things are, I would say that we are in a position to see us continue down this path of public trust. I think public trust is something where it only takes one time to break it, right? When we had the situation where we respectfully, I'm just going to finish my comments. When we had the situation where we shared license plate data, it did break public trust, and I like it. I think it's important for our leadership to own that and to understand that we have to do better, and there will be a higher standard as we move forward. Now, I think here's what gives me some hope. The voters did, and Councilman Austin did mention this, the voters took a step and created a new mechanism around police oversight in our city. And so my question would be, would this be the type of issue that would be under the purview of the new police oversight committee? We specifically selected this type of structure because it's not only about a complaint. They can proactively look at data and departmental policies and issue recommendations. So could you speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've mentioned before that I believe in oversight. I believe in police oversight, and the new police oversight commission that you're mentioning would have the ability to look at policies and conduct reviews and present recommendations to this body and the city manager.
So I think, as we move forward, because we're bringing in that process, and as we move forward, I think this would be the type of issue that I think they should take a look at. We have internal policies that we didn't have before. State law is evolving on this issue and other issues. So having a place where there's an independent local discussion around how we're standing up our internal policies and how they step up against statewide law, I think is important. And so I look forward to what this new oversight model looks like and how it can help with this discussion on public trust. Again, I want to thank everyone, and I want to and also to a new council member in the 9th District. You asked some pretty good questions. I think it's an upgrade to the 9th I'm looking at. But that said, there's no more council deliberation. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Duggan. Motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. Next is, I'll just give it a moment. All right. Okay, next we have item number 18.
Report from Financial Management. Recommendation to receive and file a presentation on the analysis of local preferencing and contracting. Direct City Attorney to prepare an ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code Section 2.84.030, local preference, and direct City Manager to develop guidance for City staff to promote and prioritize the use of local vendors citywide.
Thank you. Let's have a brief staff report on this. It's good news.
Yes, this is a very exciting item. So this council has talked about the need for local preferences and really investing in our businesses right here in our backyard. That's been talked about for several years as we worked on a number of different items. Last year, we had a request from this body, from Councilmember Allen and co-sponsors who asked us to really dig in deeper. This is also talked about in the State of the City as part of the mayor's speech. And so we are really excited to be here tonight. We've been winning some local or national awards for some of the work we've been doing in innovation around purchasing, and we're excited to present to you the concepts here for your approval on how to make local preference even more strong in our local community. I will turn it to our team, Tara and Kevin Riper.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Tara Mortensen, and I am the Business Services Bureau Manager. The Business Services Bureau will be providing a presentation highlighting our local preference ordinance and the ways we can maximize the benefit of our resources to our local economy. I have with me tonight Michelle Wilson, the city's purchasing agent, who will provide our staff recommendations supported by the research her team completed to assist with our next steps. Michelle?
Thank you, Tara. Good evening. The City of Long Beach's Local Preference Ordinance was implemented in 2009 and was intended to strengthen the local economy by increasing opportunities for local businesses to contract with the city. The City Council asked staff to revisit this policy, focusing in these three areas. 1, strengthening the local preference program by increasing the preference percentage or cap. 2, expanding how local preference is applied by including requests for proposals and nonprofits. And 3, refining reporting and transparency through greater access to contract award information, subcontracting, and economic impact reporting. In tonight's presentation, we will share the results of our research and provide staff's recommendations. Our first recommendation strengthens the local preference program by increasing the cap on local preference 400%. From $10,000 to $50,000, while maintaining the preference percentage at 10%, as well as targeting vendor outreach to reduce barriers to have more responses. Second, we recommend expanding the application of the local preference to include RFPs and our small dollar purchases under $25,000. Neither requires a change to the Long Beach Municipal Code and will take a different operational approach with guidance provided by the city manager. Finally, to support enhanced transparency, we propose publishing procurement and contracting data dashboards with annual updates to our website. Let's review how the local preference ordinance currently works. The ordinance applies to businesses located in Long Beach for certain goods we competitively bid. These local businesses are awarded a 10% preference with a cap of $10,000. This means their bid is reduced for comparison purposes with other bids. Bids are awarded to the lowest priced responsive vendor, so this preference can change the makeup of an award. In the chart on the screen, we have 3 hypothetical vendors. Vendor A is not local. Their bid, the lowest bid of $95,000, would win if there were no local preference. Vendor B is local. Their bid is discounted by 10% or $9,900, and the bid is evaluated at $89,100. This is the lowest bid and would win the award. The city would still pay the full price of $99,000. Vendor C is also local but has a much higher bid. Because local preference is capped at $10,000, the bid is lowered by a maximum of $10,000 instead of the 10%. However, keep in mind there are a few exclusions either due to funding or funding source or types of goods procured. We found that 8% of bidders were local in FY21. As compared to the County of Los Angeles, we are ahead in using more local vendors for goods that were competitively bid, but we still want more. We found that when local vendors bid, they tend to win, and at much higher rates. From fiscal years 19 to 21, more than half of the bids with a local bidder were awarded to that local bidder. This suggests to us that preference alone is not the main driver of local awards, and that getting enough local vendors to compete is crucial. Although none of the 13 peer cities surveyed had a higher percentage than our 10% preference, our cap is low in comparison, and there is safe room to increase to $50,000, an amount that appears to balance competition and risk appropriately. Ultimately, we are recommending changing the cap and not the percentage. The preference percentage applied can only offset the increased cost of doing business in Long Beach compared to other locations and must be justifiable. Any change to the preference percentage would require us to obtain additional costly economic impact data. Beyond just local preference, the city has been reworking procurement over the last several years through the Extreme Procurement Makeover, a project with the City of Long Beach and the Harvard Kennedy School's Government Performance Lab. We've made procurement more efficient internally while working to remove barriers for vendors. As part of this work, we have focused on outreach and have seen results. In 2022, purchasing expanded its traditional outreach approach and engaged vendors across the city in person and virtually, from business expos to community events, to the launch of our very own monthly Doing Business with the City webinar, the first of its kind for our operation. And we're excited to continue these equity-informed efforts in collaboration with our community partners to grow the pool of local vendors. New outreach strategies were also piloted for priority requests for proposals for the Long Beach Recovery Act programs. These strategies have doubled the response rate while also seeing greater numbers of local, minority, and women-owned businesses apply, with 35 to 42% more in these categories. To demonstrate what the impact of this new cap would be, we've provided another example with larger values. Under the current proposal, for a $500,000 project, local preference would only be discounted by $10,000. Under the new preference cap, preference would apply up to $50,000, and in this scenario, the local vendor would be awarded. We also would have a $40,000 increase expense from the difference between $50,000 and $10,000 as described in the fiscal impacts section. It is anticipated that the impact overall to the city would be small. For the second area of study, the Council directed staff to examine expanding how local preference is applied. Staff recommends both including local preference and RFP evaluation and applying this 10% preference to small dollar purchases. Requests for proposals made up 58% of all city solicitations in FY21 and saw much greater participation of local businesses. By guiding departments on applying local preference to RFPs, the city can reach a greater number of solicitations, including those where nonprofits are more likely to compete. This guidance will include instruction on utilizing the city's standard evaluation criteria, which includes organizational capacity and experience, method of approach, communications and reporting, and reasonableness of cost. Additionally, expanding local preference to small dollar purchases, which are currently sourced when total contract amount is less than $25,000, will allow the city to reach more local businesses among the thousands of vendors purchased from each year. And we do not intend to stop there. The city manager is working to ensure we keep moving forward and thinking of new ways to help more local vendors do business with the city. The city has also recently moved to a new e-procurement system, Long Beach Buys, which allows for greater software integration, data analysis, and reporting. And in our final recommendation, city staff is committed to reporting our successes and where we need improvement. And we are updating our Public Purchasing Division website with this information. Given all this information, in summary, we recommend that City Council strengthen our local preference procurement program by increasing the preference cap fivefold to $50,000. And under the direction of the City Manager, we will expand how that preference is applied and continue to refine reporting and transparency through the options we have provided tonight.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. And thank you to the Mayor and City Council for this opportunity to provide our findings and recommendations and how we may better serve the business community of Long Beach. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions.
All right, thank you so much. I'll just add some comments, then hand it to Vice Mayor Allen. We know this is incredibly important to her. First of all, great work. Those are great numbers. To show results on how we improved our procurement process during the emergency is incredible. We talked about the need to do better. We've seen Los Angeles set goals. You may not even meet your goals, but to see everyone organize in support of taking our city purchasing power and really driving support to our local businesses, that's what we should be doing. And I know it's been a priority for this council. I think it's great that we're able to see not only enhancements to the preferences, but the preferences being administered more widely. I think those are two things we can see some real differences. And you'll probably hear from council members, but I'm mostly interested in the data. Because when we talked about, a few years ago during Everyone In, we talked about how it was hard to even quantify how much we spend locally. So an emphasis on data is important. But I don't want to get ahead of, I know this is really important to our Vice Mayor. So Vice Mayor Allen, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I know we have a couple speakers here that have been waiting. So can we go ahead and just go to those two speakers and then we can take it by in the route? Thank you.
Sure. We have Frederick Soar, Austin Matoyer, and John Edmond.
Hello. Hello, Honorable Mayor Rex Richardson, Vice Mayor Cindy Allen, and Honorable Council members. My name is Frederick Soar, Business Navigator with the United Cambodian Community. UCC is in support of the Local Preference Ordinance, and we thank Vice Mayor Cindy Allen for leading the changes to ensure more local small businesses can benefit by contracting with the City of Long Beach. As a business navigator since December 2019, the UCC Small Business Program, now known as the Cambodia Town Business Center, provides support through one-on-one business counseling, technical assistance with applications and online systems such as Long Beach Buys, business planning, marketing, loan preparation, and educational workshops. UCC has also provided workshops and one-on-one counseling on women, minority certifications, and government contracting. We partnered with the City of Long Beach Purchasing Division and LA County PTAC, the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, to host workshops for entrepreneurs. Despite the numerous workshops that we held, the email blasts that we send them, the referrals to other TA providers, and changes to online systems, clients still demand in-language support throughout the process. With long overdue systematic updates like now and needs not being met for so long, local entrepreneurs have lost interest in contracting with the city and have grown pessimistic that they may not win despite the long process. The ordinance will provide greater opportunities for small businesses to contract with the city, and we recommend the following guidance to continue to increase procurement with local small businesses. One, we want to streamline Long Beach Buys registration and application across city departments, provide down payments or other payment alternatives for small businesses that have limited cash flow and cannot operate on reimbursements. Leverage business navigators like myself to support small businesses in the application process, the capacity building, and even execution or reporting on these city contracts, and also a marketing campaign to promote changes and begin recruitment efforts for local vendors in language. We want to reinvigorate our small business community to work with the city by providing exemplary service and goods. They are our greatest asset, and this is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Austin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Vice Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Austin Ventura. I'm with the Downtown Long Beach Alliance as the President and CEO. And on behalf of our Board of Directors, we are fully in support of the item presented before you and request that you approve the recommendations for the Local Preference Ordinance. As many of you know, the Downtown Long Beach Alliance manages the 2 business improvement districts in downtown, representing over 1,600 businesses and 4,000 commercial and residential property owners. And the downtown area is home to many independent vendors and contracting businesses, from our sole proprietors to multimillion-dollar engineering firms. And we believe enhancing local preference will allow for many opportunities for inclusivity for our small business owners in the downtown area. We believe the recommendations are a great first step and look forward to further opportunities for increased local access. And so with that, we support this item. We would like to thank Vice Mayor Allen for bringing this item up. We submitted a letter last year in support of the study, and we're happy to see what's come back. Thank you.
Thank you. John Edmonds.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members, our fabulous City Manager, staff, Honorable City Attorney, and our esteemed City Clerk, thank you so much for allowing us to come and participate tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce and over 800 members in support of this item. And a special thanks to Vice Mayor Allen. This was something that you talked about when you threw your hat in the ring for leadership for council, and it's great to see this coming. By supporting this ordinance, you are also supporting the success of our local business community and incentivizing prosperity for all of our local mom-and-pop shops to compete with those outside of our jurisdiction. We thank you for your time and deliberation, and we ask you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen.
Thank you, city staff. I tell you, this item makes me so happy. You know, I remember 10 years ago, probably about 10 years ago, and I think there was only a couple council people that were still here. I don't know if you were, Supernal, but I know that Austin and Uranga, and I said, we need changes to our procurement system. And so to be here today representing the city and seeing this come forward, it makes me so happy, because I do believe, I think one of the speakers spoke about the temperament of small businesses, like losing trust and not wanting to, after they go through so much procurement and then don't win contracts. And so I think that this is a real game changer. So I'm excited. We know that local businesses, you know, are the heartbeat, and just to see all the stuff that you've done with the Long Beach buys, I think all of this is going to help these small businesses with this procurement very much. So I'm extremely appreciative, and also just, you know, some of the things that I know that this is going to do is, I think it's really just going to ensure that when businesses come here and they open their doors in Long Beach and they hire local people and they hire these employees that work here that go to our local restaurants, this is just all really good for our city. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I also just want to do a shout out to, I know we had a lot of support here. Thank you to all of our speakers that spoke. I know we received letters. I think all the council folks received those from City Fabric, IBEW, Local 11, Long Beach Community Action Partnership, the Chamber of Commerce, LGBTQ Center, Rose Park, Libre, 4th Street Bid, DLBA, and the United Cambodian Community. So just thank you so much. This is just so great work. So I really appreciate, Michelle, all that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kerr.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Allen, for your advocacy and passion about this work. I am so grateful for the work done by previous councils to advance the work, and I'm looking forward to supporting it and working into the future for even more opportunities. And supporting city staff in this work, because we know that there are people doing this work. They know it's important to us, and we know that it's important to them, because most of them are Long Beach folks as well. So whatever we can do to support the work moving forward after tonight into what's next. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you. And I want to thank the city manager for bringing this forward.
When I first joined the city council 8 years ago, this was a big issue for me. I was always talking about we need more vendors from Long Beach that can compete for these contracts. And this is a realization coming through. So thank you for that, and I'm fully supportive of this item.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to just thank city staff for their work on this, as well as the leadership of Vice Mayor Allen, who has really been consistently pushing this item forward and having brought the ordinance forward. I think it was last year. And, you know, one of the things I do want to add is I love the thinking about how do we really uplift and support our local businesses, because we often talk about how do we fill vacant property for businesses here, and if we're not supporting them as a city, you know, I don't know who else would, right? And so I hope that when we have our staff working on making sure we outreach and provide education to local businesses, that they do come out to the festivals, these local vendors, those who are at the farmers market, who are, you know, maybe local businesses as well, so that they're really out there seeing the wide range from micro businesses to bigger businesses, so that there's an opportunity to provide information for them at the booth, because sometimes they're so busy running their business, they don't always have time to go to a workshop. Some of them may not even speak English, so how do we make sure we're providing information in language as well? So that's one of the things that I hope that we'll do also following, is making sure that we provide information to people, because there is a perception that it's nearly impossible to get a contract with the city. And I think this is the first step to making sure we change that perception about us. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Rick Sodi.
As somebody who can appreciate a piece of well-crafted policy, this is very nice. So thank you to Vice Mayor Allen for really pushing this forward, and for the work of city staff. I just had one question, and this is related to to all the work we've been doing around reconciliation, equity at the city level. Really thinking about putting an equity lens on the work that we're doing. Can staff just speak to, from the process of thinking about how will this new procurement process increase equity when bidding for goods and services? Just give us a breath of what you think the impact is going to be.
Well, thank you for the question. That's really something that we're very passionate about, actually. Since I got into this position a couple of years ago, that's been one of our main focuses. So we have already reduced a lot of barriers. So by making our templates, a lot easier and simpler for the business community to be able to navigate, we go out and outreach to the community to kind of inform them of how to get a contract with the city, or how to apply, or how to even register for our new software system. And we have language access with our new system, our Long Beach buys. So we've taken a lot of steps to, with an equity lens, to make sure that the Long Beach community and the Long Beach vendor community, that we're easily accessible, and they're able to easily be able to at least register and be able to be notified of any opportunities that may pertain to their business.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor, and huge thanks to Vice Mayor Allen for this item. This is something that is super important, especially right now as we find ourselves with our small businesses really struggling, and I think that this will create a very positive impact on our local economy. So I'm very, very supportive of this item. I wanted to also ask staff, well, first, thank you for that great presentation. That was very well reported. Also wanted to know, is there a way that we'll be keeping track on how well we're doing and how well we're actually being able to implement this kind of new policy?
Yes, council member, we're definitely reporting the data is something that our new e-procurement system has the capability to do, which is why we moved to that system. So yes, we are committed to being very transparent with the data and reporting on what's working, what's not working, how we can improve. But yes, so we'll all be on our purchasing website, and we'll be able to provide any type of data that you're looking for.
Wonderful. I think that's going to help us be able to help our businesses grow and also build trust with our businesses. And like Vice Mayor was saying, some of those small businesses might have been frustrated in the past by not being able to get a contract or secure a bid. But I think that it's very important that we are able to show them what we are doing and the advances that we are making in the city. So thank you very much. Again, congratulations, Vice Mayor, on this great item.
Thank you again. Congratulations, Vice Mayor and staff. I think this is an incredible step. It's consistent where we're going as a city, and I look forward to seeing how the program rolls out. Members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Next, we have item 17. And we're going to acknowledge Councilwoman Rix-Odie as a recusal.
I have to recuse myself because this issue came before the Planning Commission when I was on that body.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to void, vacate, and set aside the Planning Commission and City Council prior approvals relating to the proposed construction and operation of a car wash at 3701 Pacific Place, Long Beach. Adopt a resolution voiding, vacating, and setting aside resolution number RES-21-0034 in its entirety, including all findings adopted by the Planning Commission and City Council as part of the project approvals, and declared ordinance repealing ordinance number ORD-21-0013, read the first time and laid over the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading. District 5.
Thank you. Is there a staff update here?
Mayor and members of the council, the item before you this evening is simply to follow the order from the judgment given recently to have the city vacate, basically set aside the entitlement approvals previously given to allow the city time to conduct the additional CEQA process that's been requested through this judgment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried 7-0.
7-0. Thank you. We can now, Councilwoman Rix-Odie can return to the chamber. She had recused herself. All right. Let's see. Next up is item 19.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to receive and file the fiscal year 2022 year-end budget performance report, citywide.
Thank you. We're going to go to staff for brief staff report.
I think we'll ask Grace Yoon to give a quick overview of this item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is the report of the final year-end status of FY22. All right. As a reminder, in the mid-year performance report that was brought to City Council in May, the projection for the general fund was a shortfall of $18 million. This was an improvement from the adopted budget, which was developed during the spring and summer of 2021, that projected a general fund structural shortfall of $27 million plus $3 million in one-time uses. The plan was to utilize funds made available through the Long Beach Recovery Act to cover the funding gap. This report shows that as of the end of FY22, the fiscal standing of the general fund has improved even more, largely due to revenue projection improvements, with the final status being an $11.5 million shortfall. It is important to note that this is still a deficit and will require the use of one-time Long Beach Recovery Act funds to cover as previously planned. However, it is an improvement from the previously projected shortfalls for the year, which will help inform our upcoming future out-year forecasts. Additionally, as a result of this, there are one-time funds that are available to be reallocated to a different purpose, and this report makes recommendations on $10.7 million of potential uses, including funding priority projects identified by the City Council as part of the FY23 budget adoption process, and $5.4 million for homelessness efforts and items requested for consideration by the Mayor in his memo dated January 30th. Our general fund operating and emergency reserves continue to be within the policy target range set by City Council. And you can find detailed information on the revenue and expenditure trends in the report, as well as summary of other key funds. For now, I'll just briefly highlight the funds with year-end recommendations. The Uplands Oil Fund Group ended with a surplus of $416,000, and 5% is being set aside in compliance with the unfunded liability financial policy, and the remaining amount is recommended to be set aside for additional funding for oil abandonment funds. The Measure A fund program ended with a year-end operational surplus of $9.8 million, and the report makes recommendations on funds to be reserved for key priority projects as identified by City Council as part of the FY23 Budget Adoption Act actions, and other priority recommendations, including $4 million for homelessness-related infrastructure projects. The Tidelands Fund also had additional budgetary funds available of $15.4 million, and that is being recommended for priority projects, including $2 million to address homelessness within the Tidelands area. Most of the Tidelands improvement was due to revenue from oil at $94 per barrel versus the budgeted amount of $55 per barrel, which has also allowed for additional funds to be set aside for oil well abandonment. As a note, the appropriation requests for all of these recommended one-time uses are not being approved in this report, but based on City Council's guidance and approval tonight, we will return to City Council as part of a separate agenda item. This concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you. I'll add some comments here, and then we'll enjoy questions from the City Council. First, I think what's important to highlight is it's great that revenues are heading in a stronger direction, and we're ending with some one-times, and that helps us in the years to come. I think it's important to lift up that there's about $12 million, and what's the allocation across funds toward homelessness?
It's about $5.4 million in the general fund, about $4 million in Measure A, about $2 million in Tidelands. We have some reallocated Recovery Act dollars, and then we also have another project in the Measure A, the Navigation Center. So you add those up, it's about $12 million plus the Navigation Center.
And I think that's important to note because, as we put out the call to be all in on homelessness, we see there are ways that every fund can contribute. Measure A can contribute from an infrastructure standpoint. We know we need infrastructure on homelessness in order to respond to this crisis effectively. Even Tidelands was able to contribute. I also just want to acknowledge both Councilwoman Zendejas and Councilmember Uranga for stepping forward and helping identify facilities within their communities. So I think we're leveraging millions of dollars in one-time surplus. This is the most we've ever done to address our most pressing issues facing our city, homelessness and economic growth. I think we can't claim to, focus on these issues without being able to invest resources and capacity necessary to take these challenges on head on. So I think that's important. These will be channeled into direct supports and services for youth, small business, low-income families, seniors, immigrant communities, and help right-size some of our leadership, which I think is important. I also submitted in my first sort of official act as the department head on the legislative department. As the charter outlines, the legislative department includes mayor, city council, and city clerk. And so I outlined some needs. I support, additional support to address things like the Levy Act. We have some additional needs as it relates to, what I'm hearing from council offices, and consistent with our Opportunity Beach agenda, I'm proposing that we add 2 special officer positions that really place a focus on our strategic priorities as a city. I think our mayor needs to be more hands-on as it relates to economic growth and development, particularly in the next 5 to 7 years. We know that our revenue mix and our economic profile of the city is changing. and we have to be really hands-on. And I like to sort of compare this to, and I did this at the State of the City, we've been here before. We saw when Mayor O'Neill came in, we were dealing with the loss of our Navy. And so she responded differently. She said our priorities were trade, transportation, and technology. She grew the size of the mayor's office. She responded, and I think it was a good thing. So in looking back to some of those lessons, I think that's what we need right now in this moment. I also think that housing is incredibly important, particularly if right now in an emergency, I personally and philosophically believe that housing has to be a part of addressing homelessness long term. And the way we fund housing is not the way it was before. It requires regional partnerships, a big regional problem. It's going to require regional solutions. And so we have to change and allow the way that we provide attention to this issue. I'll give an example. There's a new regional board called LACASA, LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency. It's a regional solution to a regional problem of housing. I've talked about this very publicly over the course of the past year and on the campaign. This is a seat where Long Beach now has a representative, the mayor, where we talk about expanding housing opportunities and bringing in funding sources to help make those things happen. And so I think these are two areas that I think are really important. And so consistent with our Opportunity Beach agenda, and I've been talking about this for about a year, I want to make sure that we right-size our mayor's office, our legislative floor, our council offices, and our clerk's office to meet the needs of our changing community. The last thing I'll say here is I know that there's discussion of an amendment, which I support, which talks about supporting council offices as well. When I started in the legislative department, it was 13 years ago. And now that Tim Patton has moved on, I'm the longest standing employee of the legislative department. And I'll tell you, proportionally, we had more staff in council offices back then. We were able to afford 4 full-time staff. Council offices, and I can say this now, I'm not a council member anymore, I can say this, they're overwhelmed. You have, we used to do maybe 800 to 900 council items in a year. 700 to 800 council items in a year. I think last year we were over 1,100 items. There's more work to be done. People expect you to ask hard questions and do the diligence, like we just witnessed with Councilwoman Rick's Odie tonight. That all takes time. You also are getting more constituent calls, and what I've heard over the course of the past year, people want more responsiveness from their city, and that starts with having responsive council offices and having a responsive mayor's office and making sure that the clerk can meet the needs from the Levy Act and all those needs. So I'm standing tall here. I feel like this is what we need in order for us to deliver better services and be responsive to the needs affecting our city right now. So those are my comments. I'll now hand it over to the City Council. I'm open for questions. Councilmember Exodi.
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of this item. I believe this budget allocation proposal allows us to fund a number of community priorities that council members have elevated over time and really double down on our goals around economic development and housing. 2 issues I've heard a lot talking to residents over the last year. Moreover, as a new council member who is building a new office and as someone who seeks to ensure that I can be responsive to constituent needs, the current budget provided to council office makes it difficult to provide adequate staffing support. What I've come to find is this issue has been many years in the making. In 2008, due to the recession, the city budget needed to be reduced across the board to balance lost revenue. While restorations of these budget cuts have been made over the years, they have not resulted in a full restoration of budgetary support for the legislative department, resulting in decreased constituent services and casework capacity, particularly in this inflationary environment. I am motioning to approve the proposed recommendations for general fund one-time priority projects with the following amendments. I ask that we allocate $383,000 in the general fund to the legislative department for the cost of a legislative assistant, valued at the annual salary of $50,280 and a fully loaded cost of $85,110 for each council district. The $383,000 allocation represents the estimated cost of these positions for half of fiscal year 23. For fiscal year 23, this enhancement will be offset by decreasing the allocation for the Public Services Pathway Program by $171,000, with $171,000 remaining for the program, and decreasing the allocation for the homelessness emergency response efforts by $212,000, with $5.188 million remaining for the effort. These are ongoing costs and will be incorporated into the fiscal year 24 budget development process. I believe this additional support will provide each council office with the needed budgetary capacity to build a staffing model that better supports the needs of their community, whether that is expanding their staff or increasing council office staff retention. I look forward to my colleagues' thoughts and ask for their support on this motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Yaranga.
Before we move on, I will second that
amendment. Absolutely.
I think it's a good addition to this item here. One of the things that I was always saying, of course, I don't get much of an opportunity to say it vocally here at a city council meeting, but we have to move on beyond being the stepchild of Los Angeles. We're a big city, and we deserve the best. And I think that Mayor Richardson's proposal to add new staff that will specifically address economic development, homelessness, I think are good moves. However, it is a one-time, so we have to look at how we can make it more permanent or institutionalize those positions later on down the line. Councilmember Odie's amendment to increase our city council budgets is right on time. I think it fits what we need in council offices in regards to deal with the volume of work that comes over our desk and over our phones. So I'm really appreciative of that. And then finally, I was a member of the Budget Oversight Committee the last 2 years. Glad to see that this year we have a surplus that we can work with, that we can manage. Doesn't mean that we're over deficits. There's still yet to come. But the sky did not fall. There are so many people who say, the sky is falling on Long Beach. It's not falling. Might have a trickle, but it's not falling. So I want to thank staff's work on this for finding the opportunity to have a surplus that we can work with. And as I second the motion, so very supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sarr.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I want to just state I support this item. We talk about things that that needs to be funded, and I appreciate having the one time to be able to continue one more season of Hoops After Dark. We wouldn't have been able to without this one time, so I'm glad that we can do it as we look for ways to sustain this program, as well as many other listed here that are important that's been prioritized and mentioned by residents, such as language access programs and reproductive health studies. I think all of these are great programs that we can do with the one time. But I think as far as speaking about the proposal, as far as supporting the mayor's budget, I'm in supportive of that because I think it's really important we have a hands-on mayor. He's laid out his 100-day plan. And I'm in support of it because, time and time again, people talk about District 6. Its lack of investment, its long-standing historic challenges in having economic prosperity, its challenges in having housing that is stable for people. And those are the two biggest issues that are a priority for me because it's come up a lot in my regular conversation all the time with our residents and as well as our business owner, as our business quarter are having challenges. We need bold action. We need bold plans, but that also requires resource to be able to take those challenges head on. And for me, it's investing in the mayor to be able to do this, the mayor's office as well as their legislative offices, is to be able to do more for our residents, to say that if we really want to change things, then we need to invest in those changes. And that's, for me, I want to be able to figure out how do we continue to provide affordable housing, but think innovatively and in a sustainable way where we don't kind of always build affordable housing in my district. I have 6 on the way, whether it's in planning or almost done. That's 6 affordable housing in a very dense area, which I agree we need housing, but we need to figure out ways and where are we spreading them out through the city or in the region, right? Because at the same time, while we're providing these housing, we also need to consider other amenities, economic development opportunities within these areas. So I need a mayor who can help me think boldly and can work hands-on with me, because I think being a council that some of us work full-time, and yes, we have a team, but we also have a lot of residents and need. I know in my district high needs that we need to take on, and have been there to make sure that we address them, listen to residents, and I want to make sure we continue to be responsive and think creatively about the resource we have, but to be able to be more effective with the resources that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen.
Yes, just want to say I support this item. I also support Councilwoman Jody Ricks-Odie's motion, and I also support the mayor's recommendation for expanding his staff to address his strategic priorities. Also, looking at Measure A section, 59% of Measure A surplus is being dedicated to our homeless response, and at $12 million overall for our homeless response being approved tonight is absolutely wonderful to see that. I do have a question I just got from a resident on the $200,000 for the Bluff Sculptural Art Garden planning and design. Can you explain what that project supports, please?
I could try, but I think Josh is going to do an even better job. So, Josh, why don't you come talk about that project from Tidelands, please, or Eric?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. The project that you're referring to is along the bluff area, along Junipero, as you're coming down from Ocean to the parking area. There's a bluff that is not really well vegetated at this point, and we're looking to do some artwork in that area and to improve upon what's there now and expand upon the Puff of Wind sculpture that was installed a couple years back.
Okay, great. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zabejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support this item. Thank you for that presentation, and I support Councilmember Ricks-Odie's amendment to it. Yes, I agree with that. We are overwhelmed in our offices, so could really use the help. I also support our mayor's proposal. I think that is fitting for what our city needs at this time. I know, Mayor, you have come in with a bold vision, and you have made bold asks, and I think that just is a big testament to what we need right now as a city, especially if we're trying to overcome and be better and see ourselves on the other side of this global pandemic that has really affected us economically. And so one of the things that I also am very happy about is that in this budget, there's a big portion that goes to our homelessness efforts, which, Mayor, you have made that a very, very high priority, and I'm very thankful for you, as all of our community members are, in really focusing on really addressing this crisis. So very excited to work with you on that. I also think that it's very important that we look at this budget and see the other things that we have been able to fund, for example, or continue to fund and expand like our guaranteed income and our advancing peace program that we have. But one of the ones that is even more significant to me is our after-school programs at Cesar Chavez Park and our senior meals that we will be able to continue providing. So I just want to say thank you to staff for looking into that and making sure that we are able to continue having those very, very important projects and programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and I just want to first of all say that there are some good things happening with this proposal this evening, particularly the enhancements with the library department, the enhancements with providing additional support for our justice fund, $300,000, $5.4 million for homeless emergency response efforts, youth-led programs, $390,000, $90,000 for Hoops After Dark. I'm all on board with that. You know what? Each one of those items were items that were previously discussed, voted on, and agreed upon by this council in the budget process. I do have some concerns with some of the enhancements that are being proposed here. And by the way, I have chaired the budget process for the last 3 years. I've been on the Budget Oversight Committee for the last 8 years. I know this budget, right? And with all due respect to my colleagues who are singing in sync here, I think that there are some real challenges here that you may be overlooking. There's been no real council deliberation or input. I'm glad we're talking about it tonight, but you know, an 86% increase in the legislative budget on a single fell swoop item is egregious. We don't give an 86% increase to any department ever. And so I have some concerns. And the mayor's budget actually increases by 62%. Mayor Foster, when he left office in 2014, his budget was $850,000. Mayor Garcia just left office a couple of months ago with a budget of $1.4 million. This budget goes to over $2 million. That's egregious. And let's just talk about the positions. The positions are a housing deputy mayor, an economic development deputy mayor. You can fill me in on the rest. I've been on regional boards where housing and economic development are merged. It's the same staff working on the same issues. We created an economic development department in 2014 in this city. Internally and externally facing. We've had economic development professionals who deal with the public and businesses to generate business. We have a housing, we hired a deputy city manager to deal with homelessness issues. That individual is in the community, at every table, representing our city. The charter, which was mentioned, is a strong city manager form of government. The mayor is the chief legislative officer. What we are doing here and what is being proposed in this budget will dramatically shift the governance and foundation of this city. And I really would ask that my colleagues think about what you're doing tonight and what you're agreeing to, because it is big. You are giving away your authority as a city council to govern the city. Now, the motion on the floor, and if you forgive me, I'm not able to take notes that quickly. Typically during the budget process, you know, we have something in front of us to read, to understand. You know, it was quick. I couldn't support it if I wanted to tonight because I don't know what it is and how that impacts the overall package. These positions in the mayor's office are being proposed with one-time funds. We have a council policy. I want you all to familiarize yourself with the council policies. We typically don't fund positions with one-time dollars. These are dollars that should go toward projects. These are dollars that should go toward emergency needs and priorities in our cities. city right now. And so what's not true is the actual number, because the number only reflects part of the year, right? Next year, when this budget is realized, you'll realize that you're not paying $2 million, you're probably paying $3 million, funding $3 million in positions to the mayor's office or an increase. So I would like to pause. I'd like to offer a substitute motion because I think this requires a deeper dive, a deeper look. I would propose that we adopt everything that we've already established as priorities as council and refer the recommendations for the legislative department in this budget to the Budget Oversight Committee, to our personnel and personnel committee, and come back after there's been adequate amount of public input on that. And by the way, we have been this council should be applauded for its commitment to the public and allowing public comment and through the budget process. We've prided ourselves on that. I have sat through dozens of hours of public hearings on our budget, and never once has anybody from the public said, we need a bigger budget for the mayor's office, or even the city council for that matter. And so I have some real concerns here this evening, my friends, and I would have loved to have heard from the public, because there's people that have been sitting here for several hours tonight. I would like to have them that opportunity. And so that's my motion, substitute motion to approve what has already been agreed upon and establish as priorities as this council, and then set aside the enhancements in the mayor and legislative department to the Budget Oversight Committee for further review.
Thank you. Next is Councilman Supernall.
Thank you. First, I'll start by seconding the motion, the substitute motion. And I'd like to speak to, technically, in the proposal, page 56, the very last paragraph, is the mayor's public service pathway. So that's where people are hired to assist every council office. So I'm not going to talk about myself because I think I'm on record. I don't need any more staff, and that's a 7-year track record. But I'm concerned about adding staff to the council offices. And now I'm going to be very careful how I word this. And I'll start off by saying I have the utmost respect for our Public Works Department. Staff there are hardworking, dedicated, and meritorious employees. But my feeling is if we add city council staff to push more projects their way, we will overwhelm that department. I guess I would say that if we're going to add staff, let's add them to the Public Works Department to handle the volume that's going there now. So, but I just want to make that statement and say that I'm in support of the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sorrell.
Yes, I like clarification about how does this budget affect council members' ability to still have a vote in the duties or the role of our duties. Could you clarify that, please? Because, no, I'm asking city staff. Yeah, but I want to, it's a legal question, is it not, about whether or not in changing the budget changes our duty as council member?
Thank you, council member. The change in the budget to hire support staff does not change the council's duty to vote as a council.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Duggan.
I'd like to support Al's motion. He brought up excellent points. I'm 6 weeks in this position, and it's hard to, first of all, read this 56 pages and grasp it without reading it several times, and I don't know how many residents read it or were aware of it. There are so many great funding proposals in this year-end budget performance report. There's good funding for the 3rd District. There's good funding for the city. It's great that our general fund and other funds are doing better than we projected. We have work to do on that. But in regards to the mayor's funding, Mayor Richardson hit the ground running. Great with his focus on homelessness. But why didn't all of this come through our budget process? I mean, we've been in budget meetings for the past month. I think this was a surprise to residents, and it makes it difficult to support that. And then sitting up here hearing all the numbers from Councilmember Ricks, that's a lot to take in and just listen to it. And it's one-time funds. Where's that money going to come from when we have to pay for those salaries when we do go through the budget process, and next year we have to pay, next budget year we have to pay for those salaries. I just have concerns that we're adding positions, we're adding to the deficit, and we don't even know what kind of deficit we're facing right now. I had a lot of residents contact my office, lots of emails printed out, because they wanted to know more. And I shared this with the mayor yesterday, because the funding is good. There are some good things in there, but we need to know more about this. That's why I'm going to support Al's motion, because I couldn't in good conscience vote for the first motion that was made. I know I'm in the minority, but I couldn't vote for that. I wish that staff would be great and this would be a great proposal, but I can't support that. So I'm supporting Al's motion.
Thank you. Councilman Austin?
Yeah. And I just want to clarify. I know we have a new mayor, an ambitious new mayor, and I want to find a way to get to yes and support some of his ideas and initiatives. This just isn't the pathway, in my opinion. Councilmember Uranga said we had a surplus. Folks, we do not have a surplus. We have an $11 million deficit still. We still have contract negotiations with our biggest city employees coming up this next fiscal year. We have a number of needs in the city that still are unfilled today. And I think, I heard the word right sizing. When I worked in the private sector, when I worked at McDonnell Douglas back in the day, when they said they were going to right size, that meant they were going to cut positions. They're going to lay people off. So I wanted to just kind of clarify that term and where it comes from. I also need to point out the fact that there's a role of a financial services officer being added to the administrative bureau for the legislative department. Staff, can you clarify and tell me who the hiring authority is for this financial services officer? Is that a civil service position, or is that a political appointee?
It's not a civil service position. Civil service, by law, by charter, nobody in the legislative department goes to the civil service department. That's in the charter. This is a position that supports the legislative department, and the head of the legislative department is the mayor's office, so they do that appointment.
And so again, it's a great position. Sounds great. I'm more interested in functionalities, because today every single council office, and this is not everybody's lane or to even understand, but every council office manages the budget through our financial management department. We'll have somebody assigned that we call our chief of staff, our staff contacts, make sure that our budgets are straight, make sure that we're not going over budget. And by the way, there's some issues with over budget in this budget here as well that we haven't even addressed. So I'm trying to understand the why. Why is there a need for this extra position? So, financial services officer, political appointee. Housing, deputy mayor of housing, it's a political appointee. Deputy mayor of economic development, political appointee. Positions that we already have filled in the city and functionalities that are already happening in the city. And this is just open your eyes, pay attention, and it will all become very clear to you what is going on if you really study this budget and understand the functionalities of our city. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comment. We have, 12 members of the public signed up to speak, so the time is 90 seconds. First is Brenda Wilson, Elliot Lewis, Alexandria Emanuel, Lee Charlie, Lisa Ramelow, Aaron Carlawine, Maida Tushnet, Paris Stu, Tarani, Jerlene Tatum, Sanai Kinfei, John Edmond, and Kimberly Lind. First is Brenda. Is Brenda here?
Let me just kind of wake up for a second here. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and community and friends. I'm here today. I know you all know me as Executive Director of New Image Emergency Shelter, a 34-year-old agency celebrating 35 next month. Those of you that know Linda has cancer. Otherwise, you know she'd be here and we'd be fighting, we'd be duking. So you're happy tonight that I'm just here. But I come before you with two concerns. You know, we provided emergency shelter services. I know this is not that topic, but I know that's what you know me as. For 34 years, 3.4 million homeless. And never seen a crisis like what you're seeing right now. But today I'm here wearing a different hat. You may not be aware of it, but I'm also, I don't think that's right because I haven't talked 3 minutes. It's 31 seconds. But I'm here today because of I have another business. I'm a management consultant for 30 years. And I've, of course, based in Long Beach, as you know. But I have several businesses, small businesses that over the years that I've provided assistance with, set up over 100 nonprofits and worked with local businesses in the area of development, all kinds of things. But what I'm here for today is I'm getting a lot of calls and have been getting them for months actually, about funding. As you know, I'm sure you're all aware that there was over 400 small businesses in the city of Long Beach that were approved for funding, but you did not have enough funds to meet it because funds were depleted. When I looked at the 22 budget, I noticed that there was funds.
Ms. Brenda, just so you know, your microphone's not on, but I will ask, Ms. Brenda, can you hear me? You just got past your time limit, but I am going to ask staff to talk with you more specifically. Well, because there's such a large group, the rules say it's 90 seconds, but I will ask staff to talk with you more specifically about your issue. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next is Ellie Lewis.
Teresa Chandler over here can assist you, Brenda.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda.
A procedural comment. There's less than 10 people here that are going to speak on the item. Could we get 3 minutes? Could we do a roll call? Is that something I could ask for? I think it's an important item when you're jamming.
I just know that there are 12 people signed up.
I know. Can we do a roll call? Is that something we could do? Is there really more than 10 people here? If there is, I'm happy to go a minute 30.
Let's see. We have Brenda just spoke. Elliot Lewis. Alexandria Emanuel. Is she here?
7, 8. Is there anybody else?
Okay, I see Alexandria. Lee Charlie, is he here?
No.
Okay, we scratch Lee. Lisa Ramelow. Okay. Aaron Carlywine. Maida Tushnet. Okay. Paris Stu Tarani. Jerlene Tatum. Sanai Kinfei. All right. John Edmond. Kimberly Lind. All right, that's 11.
All right, we'll do it.
All right. Or 10. Go for it.
Well, hold on. It was 10?
It's 10.
So it's 10 or over?
Yeah, you're at 10. Let's just proceed.
All right, look, I'm just going to make my comments. I know you don't like public comments. But look, I think it's ironic that we had to figure out whether or not we should catch people stealing on video in an item before this. This is just stealing, plain and simple. That's what it is. We know what it is. It's Uduak and the crew about to get no-show, no-go jobs. And everybody who votes, I think Councilwoman Sorrow summed it up real good. She said, and I quote, "I need a mayor to help me think." I think that sums up Councilwoman Zendejas's position, Councilwoman Allen's position, anybody who votes for this, Councilwoman Kerr, Sorrow, Uranga, and Councilwoman Rick-Sody. Look, you could break this item up. I know how this works. Everybody got paid in their district with their little fancy projects, so they would vote for it. This was never supposed to be a mayor-run city. We're running a big deficit, and y'all can't think for yourself. And look, there's always going to be megalomaniacs and people that aren't for the people. That's what it is. But when the sycophants that are supposed to be good people remain silent, that's a real problem. And when you read that, unless you know, you don't even know what it is. That's just straight up legal grifting and stealing. There's no other way to do it. And here's the thing. There's not even job descriptions. The least you can do is put a job description in there because we know they ain't coming. We know it's for the homies. Let's be real, Mr. Mayor. There's not even a job description. You're going to give away $3 million of city money and you don't even break down a detailed job description? Then you got to cut me at a minute 30 because you know I'd bomb on you for another minute 30 because this is just straight trash and it's de facto changing the entire city charter. Y'all should be ashamed.
Thank you. Next is Alexandria. Alexandria. Okay, next is Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ramelow. I moved to Long Beach probably before most of you were born, maybe except for Mr. Uranga. And I had a business here in Long Beach for 27 years. I also would hope that everybody would vote no on this. Thank you, Councilmember Austin, for how you explained everything and the percentages and for using the word egregious. I think it's egregious to be in office 6 or 7 weeks and compare yourself to Beverly O'Neill and ask for $750,000 for 4.5 deputy mayors. And as Mr. Lewis just pointed out, there is on page 55 and 56 where this was hidden, there's no job description, there's no timetables, there's no accountability. And from what I can calculate, each one of those people will make $155,000. So since I recently closed my business, I might apply for the position because I would probably qualify, even though there's no description on here. So thank you, Mr. Austin, again. And Councilmember Rick-Sody, I don't know you, but I grew to respect you at all the political forums where I heard you speak. So thank you also for your consideration. And Councilwoman Duggan, I can understand why you got so many emails on this because it's beyond egregious. It's ridiculous, it's repugnant, and it's offensive. I hope you all vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Carlywine, Nada Tushnet.
I'm here actually to support the original motion, not the substitute motion. I noted a lot of comments on social media, which is what brought me here, about the funding, particularly related to the position in the mayor's office. I'm going to go back to, I've been retired a long time now, but I worked as a professional program evaluator for almost 50 years. And one consistent finding was a major factor in any program or policy success was implementation. So many programs and policies are announced but never fully implemented. I referenced some citations here which you don't need to hear. But we know how implementation is assured. It's by having a key individual who is authorized around specific policies and programs to hold those responsible for implementation accountable. This goes outside, this is in fact outside the bureaucracy, the civil service, and I've been a civil servant, so I know that part. So the addition of people for those specific, and I emphasize specific, you read the deputy mayor for, is actually reasonable. It's actually essential. The people of Long Beach elected this mayor knowing he had bold plans, and now he wants to ensure that they are carried out. I support spending for those positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Next is Jolene Tatum.
Jolene Tatum, 90810. When I arrived, I actually had a nice little speaking point, but thank you to Councilmember Al Austin for educating the people what the process should really look like. You know, there's this constant conversation about transparency and trust in the process, but when different things are done like this, it makes us in the community have to work harder to do the job that you all have been elected to do. When you look at this agenda item, it's very clear that this is not one agenda item, but two agenda items that have been basically outlined by Councilmember Austin. And when in the breakdown, because it says fiscal year 2022 year-end budget, and then it says increase appropriations, but it is not clear to state increase appropriation in year 2023, which should be two different agenda items. So it's really, you know, again, talking about transparency, the fact that some of us actually read, some of us actually pay attention, some of us will spend hours going through a document and trying to educate ourselves on the proper process of something just to ensure that our needs are being met in the community. This is a council manager run district. I have voted for the person in my council district to represent me. So the idea that additional layers are going to be created in the mayor's office only creates more bureaucracy, preventing community to be able to connect with the people who we ask to serve us. So I really hope that all of you remember why you were elected, and you go ahead and vote for the amendment that Austin put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Sanai Kente.
So I can face 6th District resident. I'll try to keep this short because I promise 100 days of peace and calmness so I can get off the list. With respect to this budget, I don't have enough time to go through the positives, but just know there are some positives. We got some money for the library and for the parks, so that's great. In terms of the issues, I think as we can see from the previous speakers, there's an issue with these new deputy positions. For me specifically, the issue is the simple fact that John Molina and the Waterford group, if we had not given them TOT money, we wouldn't have a fiscal deficit. You know, the $11 million that's referenced in this, we gave that out in TOT money to a developer who's yet to develop any buildings. You know, community hospital, the breakers, we keep giving money to people, and we, the taxpayers, have to cover the difference for these same people that don't do what we give them the money to do. And then we have to have these conversations about, well, you know, I mean, the simple fact is your budget, you basically referenced that if it wasn't for a high vacancy in citywide positions, you wouldn't have been able to even come up with enough money to cover the difference. And I don't think that IAM in this upcoming labor agreement is going to allow that to continue. So what are we going to do when we don't have Rescue Act money?
Thank you. Next is John Edmond.
Good evening. My name is John Edmond. I'm here on behalf of 4 business groups: Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce, Department Association of California and Southern Cities, the Long Beach Restaurant Association, and Long Beach Collective Association, all in agreement in support of the item that was brought forward. And the letters speak for themselves. I had prepared remarks that they all agreed on, but I'm going to switch my hat now and speak as John, the recovering Chief of Staff for a former council member. And we were always told by the Honorable Mayor Bob Foster that every Tuesday is a budget. So that's how it works. This council, in its form, has a fiduciary duty for oversight and constituent service and has not, for years, kept up with inflation. It was hard when I worked there, and it is especially hard, I bet now, to attract and retain the best and brightest that Long Beach can offer. In the year 2008, the average cost of a council district budget was about $432,000. In today's terms, that's $587,000. Total budget would be about 5.3. Today's equivalent would be 7.5. Even with all that, if additional funding for each council office were voted on tonight, it would still be far lower than the budget in 2007 when times were great, even with the cost average done. This is a distinction between coming out of the shadow and being the best that we can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Lind.
And I'm sorry, you all know who I am. And as someone who went to almost all the budget meetings, none of this was discussed with any of the community, not mentioned at the budget meetings at all.
I'm sorry. Is Kimberly Lind here? Kimberly, it's your turn. Please come forward. And yes, I will take the additional public comment that wasn't signed on at the end. Okay. I'll take the additional public comment at the end. Kimberly, you're next. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Lynn. I'm an attorney, mother of three, and the wife of the president of the Greenbelt Heights Neighborhood Association, Nicholas Lind, on whose behalf I'm appearing here tonight. We thought it was important to appear because of this budget, which identifies on pages 17 and 18 $9.8 million in excess of previously allocated Measure A funds recommended to support key priority projects within the city. To our dismay, none of these funds have been allocated to the key priority project in our neighborhood, a vibrant and bustling part of the city, which encompasses the territory between 7th and 10th and Redondo and Bennett within District 3. The whole reason our neighborhood association came into existence 10 years ago was because of the perceived collective need to leverage a larger voice to get the large strip of land running through our neighborhood developed into a park with a pedestrian and bike pathway, whereas would otherwise continue to be sad and underutilized, undeveloped, unsafe, and unsightly. As a group, we have been successful in obtaining funding to install a concrete path spanning the length of land between Terminal and 10th, but that's all it is, a really nice new path in the middle of dirt. And that's all it ever will be if additional funding is not provided to complete this project and make this space the park that it was intended to be. We hope that this has been a mere oversight, one that can be corrected here tonight. Surely the city did not intend to abandon this project half complete, leaving it only to devolve into its prior state.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have this last public comment speaker.
There is another speaker on the list.
So is there? Oh, Power Stu Tarani. Okay, please come forward. Go ahead. You can, please.
I'll be brief. Most of you are here because older adults helped get you elected. And to just continue to ignore our needs, you purchased a building. You're going to move the senior center. No input by seniors. No money in the budget. No discussion in the budget sessions. What's going to happen with senior programs? We're 20 to 25% of the population. You can't continue to ignore our needs, which are many. Those people that are going to get evicted are primarily going to be seniors. We had a housing meeting last week. 45 seniors came and expressed their frustration and anger at not being able to find affordable housing. We had people from the reentry population. We had homeless people. We had people couch surfing. We had a bunch of seniors that have gotten eviction notices. We are part of that crisis that you keep talking about, but you don't separate out and mention us. You need to start including us.
Thank you. Okay, Paris, please come forward.
Hello, I'm going to cut to the chase.
with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, nobody's going to call the mayor's office with the problems. We usually, reach out to the council person. So I have a question for this council. Do we have a surplus or a deficit? Because if you have a surplus, every penny of that money should go towards the crisis that we're dealing with, including the homelessness crisis. So if we do that, then maybe we don't have to close down the Silverado Park gym and turn it into a homeless shelter and leave our kids out and shortchange our children, our youth. And also, if we have a deficit, I strongly ask everybody to just tighten the belt and live within your means, because that's exactly what we need to do as taxpayers of this city. Because when the prices of the gas shoots up to the roof, what we get from the city is a very nice, shiny flyer telling me that I have to turn down my thermostat, I have to wash my clothes with cold water, and hey, bundle up under blanket with your family. So that's what I'm asking you guys to do. Every penny of that money belongs to the people and nothing extra. No positions that don't even have job description, and we don't even know what they are. And I wanted to thank you, Councilman Al Austin, for bringing it up. With all due respect, please represent the people of Long Beach. Do the right thing for the people that elected you to serve them. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment. Any other council member deliberation? Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the public comment coming out, stuff that I've received in the mail and that we have in front of us here. This is a tough one. It really is. And I hear the concerns, and I share some of the concerns, and I've asked some of those very same questions. I support the work of the previous council that's in the adjustments that are presented. And I also know that we're facing an unprecedented homeless crisis and housing crisis. And I know that we hear public comment week after week about supporting businesses and bringing new businesses and increasing the support that we have for bringing businesses to Long Beach. And I realize that if we want a different result, sometimes we need to try something different. So call it my willingness to support a vision, but also asking hard questions around the commitment to reevaluate some of these decisions, even in the substitute in our own offices, as the economic, outlook changes. And that as we want to institutionalize some of these, that might not be possible, or it may only be possible for a couple of years. We know that some of the positions that previous mayors have funded structurally have then gone away. But we know that what's in front of us is really difficult. I will say that my part-time staff person had to work through 100 cases in just the last week. 100 cases have opened this week, and there were 190 actually. So there's still 90 outstanding. But our staff is working hard, and a lot of us talk about paying a living wage. And I've been trying to staff up in my office. And it's really difficult on the current budget to pay someone who currently lives in Long Beach or wants to live in Long Beach. So I put that out there, not as a justification, but as a reality. And I appreciate Mr. Edmonds' comments putting it in perspective, because for those of us who are new and trying to do the good work of serving the constituents who are reaching out to us, it can be difficult finding staff who are able to take the job for the wages we're able to pay in the legislative office. But I am deeply concerned about where the funding is coming from. So, Mr. Modica, if you could just talk a little bit about, possible areas of what that looks like. I come from a public system that when you increase somewhere, you have to decrease somewhere else. So if you could talk a little bit about that. And then just my last comment to the mayor's office, I hope that you would be open to being honest with us and giving us really periodic updates on what these new special projects people are doing. So if they're doing if they're doing work externally with our regional partners, tell us what that work is and what it has yielded in those meetings, the successes as well as the challenges. If you're doing economic development, what are the successes and the challenges that they're finding? And how are we adjusting our policies and potentially our budget to make sure we're trying to get to the changes that you want and that you are trying to lead the city in the direction of. I'm willing to support that, but I really do want to know that you're willing to come back to us and talk to us about both the successes and the challenges and make adjustments if necessary. And then just Mr. Modica, if you could speak to the budget piece.
Yes, so these are certainly very unusual budget times for us. We started last year with the estimate in the budget that we would have around a $31 million, I think it's around $30 million shortfall. And in any other normal year, if we didn't have any of the resources from COVID, we would be making actual reductions and cut those things. That's what we've done all the time in the past. Given that there's been such wild fluctuations, that the economy is still recovering, the Recovery Act dollars have been invaluable. The ones that we did not put into the economic recovery, our safety recovery, or our resident recovery, we had some to help us with our fiscal. That was only supposed to last a year. 1 year originally. We've made that stretch for several years because we've been able to manage our own budget as well as our economy has recovered. And so that happened again last year. Those recovery dollars were going to cover the $30 million. It turned out to be an $11 million shortfall instead of 30. That frees up some of those dollars, and at the same time, sales tax has rebounded, some property tax has rebounded, and has our savings. We have a number of vacant positions throughout the city that have generated savings. And so we're looking to, we know we have some one-time needs and one-time investments, so that's where that $10 million in the general fund has come from. We're also going to be recommending you save some of those dollars for next year's budget so that we don't have to cut deeply into next year's budget to recover. So that's looking to be more positive. We'll come back to you in March to see what is that $43 million deficit. As we reported, we think that's coming down, and then we'd be able to use some of these dollars. So if those hold true, you wouldn't be actually making structural reductions to the budget until the year after that. And then, yes, you're going to have to address any structural increases throughout the entire city, including any other positions you would add.
Thank you. So that satisfies council deliberation. I'm going to make some comments, and then we'll go to a vote. So just a few things. I think it's important to just acknowledge the obvious. It's every 8 years or 12 years, we have a new mayor, and typically there are changes. Though they should be consistent with the type of campaign that they came through and what their commitments are to the future. So I'm a housing and jobs mayor. That's what I care about. Those are our biggest challenges we're going to be facing. Our circumstances around redevelopment, all those things have changed, and we really haven't changed to address some of those needs. So it's going to require being more hands-on. And that's who I've always been. I stood tall at the state of the city, laid it out. It's in my 100-day plan. The question is about timing. This is when it's historically happened. So when Mayor Garcia came in, I was a part of that body. When Mayor Garcia came in, his election was in June. So July was when he took office, and the state of the city was 5 months later. The difference here, our election was in November. The inauguration was December 20th, then Christmas and New Year. State of the city, January 10th. We didn't have 5 months to go out and glad hand and to do more community outreach before laying out a vision. We needed to go, these dates are pre-established in our charter. On or before January 15th, you have to put forward a vision and recommendations. That's what I did. I said very clearly, this is what I'm presenting to the city council. And that's what I'm doing. I presented it to the city council. When Mayor Garcia came in, the quarterly budget adjustment was also February 10th. We went back and checked. Not quarterly, end-of-year performance report. It comes every year in February. That's when these things happen. The mayor has a hand in proposing the budget. I'm going to propose my first budget this year. It will be, just like years past, every budget that the city council adopts needs to be a balanced budget. That's what's required in our charter. There's nothing that's a deviation from the leadership that just about every mayor has shown. The concept of a deputy is not a new idea. Priorities may be different. Mayor Garcia, we supported the innovation deputy and $1 million to establish an innovation fund at the February end-of-year report when he first became mayor. My priorities are housing and jobs, and that's what I'm focusing on, and that's why I'm presenting it. The questions about the charter. This is not a proposed change to anything in our charter. The charter specifically outlines that the mayor is the appointing authority for the mayor's office and the legislative department floor. Each council office is the appointing authority for staff within their office. The clerk is the appointing authority within their office, but together they make up the legislative department. I'm not telling what council members should call their field deputies. You can call it a field deputy. You can call it a deputy council member. You can call it a field organizer. And I've seen different iterations. So what we call our positions really sometimes comes up to the style of who that leader is. For me, I choose the term deputy because it's sort of, people understand it as it relates to mayor's offices. Oakland has deputies. They're smaller than us. It also, every supervisor in LA County has specific deputies focused on specific priority areas. We are the legislative department. Housing is a key legislative focus of the state, the federal government, and our local government. Housing. So it's okay to have a deputy embedded within the legislative department focused on housing. I believe in that. Economic development is an imperative for our city in the years to come. We know that our revenue mix is changing. We are going to have to be engaged in the legislative process and locally in having a hand on the wheel if we're going to change our economic mix of our city, our revenue mix, and move forward. The legislative department needs to be engaged there. I thank the council members for raising their questions and taking a leap of faith, and for those who spoke to me in advance and said, hey, these are ideas, or this is how we can make it better. I appreciate that, because I believe that we should work together. I believe we're all part of the same legislative floor. In the days and weeks to come, I'm going to put forward the next step as a mayor, which is appointing committees, and those will be different. It will not look like what the previous mayors looked like. It's going to align with the new vision and focus. The city council ultimately will vote on those things because they make the final decisions. So I'm very clear on what the charter means. I'm very clear on what I signed up for as an employee of 13 years and the longest-standing employee of the legislative department. So that said, members, please cast your vote on the substitute motion. So an aye vote would eliminate the mayor's recommendation and just approve what's there. And a no vote will go to the previous motion.
Sorry, can you repeat what that is? Is this Al's motion that we're voting on right now?
If you're voting on Al's motion, vote yes.
Motion fails, 3-6.
Thank you. Let's hear the main motion.
And Mayor, just to clarify, the main motion as amended by Councilmember Rick.
Exactly, the main motion with Councilmember Rick Sody's amendment.
Motion carries 6-3.
Thank you. Next, we have item 23. We're moving on to ordinances.
Report from, I'm sorry, do we want to give Councilwoman Rick Odian a moment to recuse herself?
Okay, we have a recusal.
Okay. I'm recusing myself because I was a former planning commissioner and this came before the planning commission.
Question. I see the next 5 you have a recusal for. Madam City Attorney, can we do the recusal now and just take all the items?
I think because they're consecutive, Councilmember Rick Sodi, if you identify each one that you're recusing from on the record, I'm recusing from 23, 24, et cetera, then you can simply stay in the back and relax for those 5 items.
So it would be 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
Yes, so I'm recusing from ordinances 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, all for the same reason, which is they came before the Planning Commission, and I was on that commission at the time.
Not item 20, to my understanding, not item 28. You may be on the floor for item 28.
Yes,
oh, 28.
Just 23, 24, 25, 26,
27. Okay. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Item 23, report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the use district map of the City of Long Beach by amending portions of Part 22 of said map read and adopted as read, District 5.
Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Item 24.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending ordinance number C-1015, read and adopted as read, District 5.
Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Item 25.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the California State University Research and Technology Center, Villages at Cabrillo, Long Beach Vets Plan Development District, PD-31, to be renamed to the California State University Research and Technology Center Plan Development District, PD-31, read and adopted as read, District 7.
Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
26.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the use district map of the City of Long Beach by amending portions of Part 8 of said map from PD-31, Sub-Area D to SP-4, read and adopted as read, District 7.
Any public comment?
No
Members,
public
please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
27.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code to add SP-4 to the list of specific plans, read and adopted as read, District 7.
Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Councilmember Ricks, Odie, you can return. Item 28, please.
Report from Public Works, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code by adding Section 2.84.170 during the proclaimed local emergency caused by homelessness, declaring the urgency thereof, and declaring that this ordinance shall take effect immediately, read and adopted as read, citywide.
Thank you. Any public comment here? Oh, I see there's one. Sanai Kinfei, please come forward.
Sanai Kinfei, 6th District resident. Earlier tonight, we celebrated the Vice Mayor local procurement agenda item, which is greatly needed, local preference item that's greatly needed. I'm just curious with respect to this particular item, because essentially what you're saying is that we're going to temporarily suspend a local procurement item. So it's just ironic that it's on the same cycle. Basically, we are changing for LAHSA, Los Angeles Homeless Shelter Authority, Homeless Services Authority. We're changing for them the rules of the land. This is the same entity that just lost $236 million against LA Alliance. This is the same entity that had to give back to HUD over $150 million because they're actually not adequately fighting homelessness in this county. This is the same entity that, as the mayor referenced earlier, while not being the first overdose in a shelter in the city of Long Beach, this is the first overdose death under their administration. Why would we be changing the law for a partner that isn't adequately fulfilling the job duty that we've given them, which is essentially helping us eliminate homelessness in the city of Long Beach? 2019, LAHSA themselves, they had an ad hoc committee. It's a shame that our good friend Mr. Duncan isn't here, because he would probably have more to say about it, because he was working with them at the time. They did in their ad hoc committee, they had a 35-page paper come out, and it was called Inequity in the Permanent Supportive Housing System in Los Angeles. Scale, scope, and reasons for Black residents' return to homelessness. And in this report, LAHSA said that one of the chief reasons that African Americans, which make up 9% of the county of Los Angeles, but over 40% of the homelessness population, one of the chief reasons is themselves. This is the same people that we're paying millions of taxpayer money to fight homelessness. The people that in their own paper, they said that they are one of the chief reasons that 60% of Black homeless people in permanent supportive housing return back to the streets. That's according to their data. So I'm just curious why we have in our amendment, in our section code, that you have to use local suppliers with respect to this, and now we're changing it for one of our partners that they themselves says they're not doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. That satisfies public comment. Members, please cast your vote.
Vice Mayor Allen? Yeah. Motion is carried.
Thank you. We now have general public comment number 2. Any member of the public want to speak on anything not on the City Council agenda? Oh, we have 2 people signed up. All right. Jim Langston and Maria Lopez. Okay. Well, that satisfies public comment. We'll now move on to announcements and adjournment.
Wait.
Hi. So we'll take your public comment at the end of the meeting, but in the future, if you could sign up with the clerk prior to when it's called, that's the established protocol. But please, we'll recognize you.
I just want to commend Daryl Supernaw on behalf of Myron Woolen. He greatly appreciates you getting rid of the damaged tree in his lot that he'd been trying to get removed for 4 years. And not only did he get the tree removed, he knocked on Myron's door to check and make sure that everything was okay. And I wanted you to know that was greatly appreciated. And more people need to do that.
Thank you. All right. We'll now go to announcements and adjournment. We'll first recognize Councilmember Ricks Odie, who requested to conclude the meeting in someone's memory.
I'm actually going to kick that over to Councilwoman Dugan.
Okay. Then Councilmember Duggan.
Do you want me to do the adjournment?
Yes, please.
I'm going to adjourn this meeting in honor of Ben Woods, a longtime resident of Belmont Shore who changed the course of guitar stylings of flamenco guitar. The city of Long Beach should be proud to say goodbye to Ben Woods, who had a fierce battle with cancer. Ben was not just a great musician, he was a visionary. He changed the world with his flamenco stylings. He created and expanded his instrument beyond just the strings, but something mystical and profound. The doors he opened worldwide may not be touched for many years to come. I'm proud to adjourn this meeting today in honor of Ben Woods, and I send my condolences to his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ernie Woods. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Massaro?
I would also like to adjourn in memory of Michael Tyrone Lilly, but before I do that, I just wanted to share a few important events coming this Saturday. The Long Beach COVID-19 Task Force is presenting a community resource fair and COVID-19 vaccination clinic called Peace, Love, and Black History in MacArthur Park this Saturday from 12 to 4 p.m. And we also are bringing back our MLK Place-Based Neighborhood Improvement Strategy community meeting. In our last meeting, we had presented an opportunity for residents in the area to propose a project from the $500,000 place-based initiative from HUD. And 40 projects were submitted, and so we're going to come back and have a discussion on that. So I really appreciate the high level of engagement and interest people had in proposing their project. It's this Saturday, February 11th, 9:30 to 11 a.m. at Burnett Library. And so I want to come back to adjourning in memory of Michael Tyrone Lilly. Michael was a kind, caring, and generous person. He was dearly loved by his community, and he was a community leader who had inspired many to live to their full potential. I send my deepest condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of Michael Lilly.
Thank you so much. So that concludes council member comment. Thank you so much for joining us. This meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.